Welcome back, brothers, to Warhammer. Tonight's story, we dive into what will happen if Vulkan was to return. Before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos or topics you want to see in the future. Be sure to subscribe from up here. I want to thank you guys for the support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get into the madness.
Vulkan Heystan descended beneath Mount Deathfire with the last relic held in both hands, and the mountain hated him for it. It pressed down upon him through leagues of black stone and old fire, through veins of iron, obsidian, sulphur, and sleeping magma. The heat was not a thing of weather, it was judgment. It filled the lungs, burned the throat, slicked the skin beneath armor seals, and made even transhuman hearts labor with the weight of Nocturne's ancient wrath. Ash drifted in the vault passage like grey snow, falling from cracks in the ceiling where the mountain exhaled. Heystan walked without haste. His armor was the green of old drake scale, scarred by wars on worlds whose names were now ash in administratum vaults. The helm maglocked at his hip bore the marks of blade, claw, and alien acid. His eyes were on the relic in his hands. It was wrapped in black chain and fireproof cloth, though neither had been needed for some time. The thing within no longer burned flesh. It burned memory. Before him, fire drakes marched in silence, their terminator plate grinding against the basalt floor with the weight of walking shrines. Thunder hammers rested across their shoulders. Storm shields bore the hammer and flame of the 18th Legion, old marks beside newer chapter honors, each plate a scripture of war, beaten into ceramite and adamantium. Behind him came tech marines in red plate, their servo arms curled like iron scorpions above their helms, incense burners swinging from mechadendrites. Robed chapter serfs followed with bare feet blackened by soot, each carrying braziers, chains, reliquary keys, or bronze censers filled with the ground bones of drakes. They chanted the furnace litanies in voices made raw by heat, into fire, endurance, into darkness, flame, into death, duty. The words rolled down the passage, swallowed by the depths. Every soul beneath the mountain knew the prophecy. Every salamander had heard it as an aspirant, whispered by scarred chaplains beneath the red sky of Nocturne. The relics would be gathered. The forge would be made whole. The father of their blood would return when his sons had proven worthy. Heystan had lived his entire life inside that promise. He had crossed dead moons for it. He had hunted traitors through void hulks where the walls bled and the machine spirits spoke in butchered prayers. He had broken Xenos kings, burned demon cults, bartered with forge lords, and slain men who had once called themselves loyal. He had buried brothers for fragments of a legend. Now the legend weighed less than a bolter in his hands. That was the cruelty of faith. At the end of every impossible road, the thing carried was always small enough to drop. The vault doors waited at the base of the descent. They were taller than a god engine's knee, wrought of black adamantium and banded with drake bone ivory. Chains thick as tank tracks bound them shut, each link engraved with the names of dead forge fathers. Molten channels ran in grooves across the floor before them, bright orange beneath transparent adamantium plates clouded by centuries of heat scars. The doors showed Vulkan in relief, hammer raised, one hand extended not in blessing, but in command. Heystan stopped before that image. For the first time in many years, his hands trembled. A fire drake turned his helm slightly. "Forge father." "I know," said Heystan. His voice sounded wrong to him, too mortal, too small. The tech marines came forward, their mechadendrites stabbed into lockports. Runes awoke in the doors, red, amber, and white. Machine spirits growled through vox grills deep in the stone. The serfs lowered themselves to their knees and pressed their faces to the hot floor. One began to weep, though whether from devotion or pain, Heystan did not know. The chains unlocked one by one. Each fall struck the floor like artillery. The doors opened inward, and the breath of the relic chamber came out to meet them. It smelled of iron, ash, old oil, hot stone, and blood spilled so long ago that even memory had calcified around it. Histan entered the heart of the mountain. The chamber beyond was a volcanic cathedral. Black iron ribs climbed into darkness, vanishing among hanging chains, and drake-scale banners stiff with heat. Furnace mouths lined the walls, their grills carved as snarling beasts. Molten streams crossed the floor beneath plates of thick, transparent adamantium, turning the chamber into a map of fire. Vast chains hung from the ceiling, each one supporting relic cradles, oath bells, weapon racks, and iron censers large enough to hold the bodies of men. At the center waited the anvil. It was older than the chapter, older, some whispered, than the Imperium itself. Black, square, massive, its surface scored by hammer blows no living smith had struck. Around it stood the relics of Vulkan. The spear of Vulkan rested upon a cradle of obsidian, its blade dark until fire touched it, then white as a star. The gauntlet of the forge lay open like the hand of a sleeping giant. Caesare's mantle hung from a frame of black iron, its drake-hide surface drinking the glow of the chamber. Other relics waited in their ordained places, each one a wound in history, each one a promise that had refused to die. Histan approached the empty cradle. No warrior spoke. No serf breathed loudly enough to be heard. He removed the chains from the final relic and set it down. For a moment, nothing happened. The silence that followed was more terrible than thunder. Then Mount Deathfire began to breathe. It was not metaphor. The floor rose beneath Histan's boots in a slow, vast inhalation. The iron ribs of the chamber flexed. Chains swayed though there was no wind. The molten channels brightened from orange to gold, from gold to white, and the adamantium plates above them screamed as ancient stress lines crawled across their surfaces. A vox click sounded in Histan's helm, then another. Then the command channel filled with alarms. Prometheus command to all vault elements. Warp translation detected above outer defense cordon. The words broke apart in static. Another voice cut through, hard and clipped. Multiple signatures, traitor displacement, Iron Warriors voidcraft confirmed, word bearers scripture holes confirmed, scrap code assault impacting orbital augers, defense grid awakening. Histan looked up at the chamber ceiling as though he could see through stone, fire, and the skin of the world. They had followed him. Of course they had. The enemy had always followed faith. Faith was a beacon. Faith was a wound. Faith was something the dark could smell. Prometheus to all sons of Vulkan, void shields rising, lance batteries cycling, macro cannon crews to stations, Thunderhawk wings clear for launch, firestorm squadrons, engage incoming assault craft. All brothers, oath of moment is active, Nocturne is under attack. The chamber shook. Far above, beyond the vaults, beyond the mantle of fire and stone, the fortress moon Prometheus went to war. Histan saw it in the flashes on his retinal display. Orbital defense lasers stabbed into the void. Macro cannon batteries hurled shells the size of hab blocks into the oncoming dark. Lance turrets carved white wounds across chaos hulls, daubed in iron hazard chevrons and flayed parchment. Void shields bloomed over Prometheus in layered domes of blue-white force as torpedoes burst against them like diseased suns. Thunderhawks screamed from launch bays. Firestorm gunships cut through swarms of traitor assault craft, their rotary cannons stitching fire across the void, their missiles turning boarding pods into drifting coffins. The salamanders did not answer invasion with speeches. They answered with target locks, launch codes, and disciplined wrath. The relic chamber answered with fire. The molten channels erupted upward. Pillars of white flame punched through the adamantium plates and struck the darkness above. Serfs vanished in the blast, not thrown aside, but consumed where they knelt. Skin blackened, split, peeled back from muscle. Eyes burst. Robes became instant cinders. One man had time to raise both hands before the heat took the flesh from his fingers, and left the bones glowing pink. A tech marine staggered as fire crawled across his armor. His servo harness melted into his backplate, cables fused with meat, his vox grill filled with blood, but he kept chanting in a voice reduced to wet metal. Into fire, endurance, into darkness, flame, into death, duty. Histan was hurled to one knee. His gauntlet struck the floor hard enough to crack stone. Warning runes crawled across his display. Heat, radiation, pressure, empiric distortion. He dismissed them all. The relics were burning. No, not burning. Awakening. The spear of Vulkan shone so brightly that its cradle became a silhouette. Kezere's mantle lifted in a wind. That did not exist. The gauntlet of the forge clenched one finger, then another, as though remembering the shape of a hand. The teleport alarm screamed. The first word-bearer materialized inside the vault in a column of crimson light and shrieking empiric distortion. His armor was the red of old scabs, lacquered in scripture, pierced with hooks, chained with strips of flayed skin bearing prayers written in black. Horns jutted from his helm. A crozius burned in his fist. More came with him. Terminator plates slammed into reality. Possessed warriors unfolded from impossible angles, their armor breathing, their joint seals leaking black ichor. Cult-marked veterans appeared among the iron ribs, combi bolters raised, chain blades screaming awake. One teleported in halfway through a surf, and the mortal burst around him in a spray of meat and bone, painting the traitor's armor in fresh red. The word-bearer champion raised his crozius. "Children of Ash," he said, his voice a cathedral bell dragged through a slaughterhouse. "Your father is dust, your hope is carrion, your relics are bait for hungering gods." Histan rose. Around him fire drakes moved with the solemn certainty of falling anvils. Storm shields locked. Thunder hammers came down from shoulders. Combi flamers ignited with soft, hungry clicks. The first bolter volley struck the traitors before the word-bearer finished laughing. The chamber became a killing pit. Mass reactive shells hammered into corrupted ceramite and detonated inside bodies that had forgotten how to die cleanly. A possessed warrior took 3 bolts to the chest, burst open, and kept running with a nest of black tendrils whipping from the crater. A fire drake met him shield first, stopping the charge, and another salamander put a thunder hammer through the creature's skull. The head did not break so much as collapse. Armor, bone, and demon flesh compressed into a wet crater of sparks and teeth. Promethium washed across the vault. Word-bearers burned in their scripture. Their parchment curled. Their skin charms shriveled. Their armor plates glowed dull red as the flame found the meat beneath. One traitor staggered with both arms raised, screaming praise to the warp as fire poured from his eye lenses. A salamander veteran stepped close and put a bolt through his helm. The detonation blew cooked brain and blackened bone across the anvil steps. "Hold the circle," Histan voxed. "No traitor touches the relics." A Terminator in crimson plate crashed through the line, chainfist howling. He carved a fire drake's shield in half, then the arm behind it, spraying transhuman blood across the glowing floor. The salamander did not fall. He drove his ruined stump against the traitor's helm and held him in place long enough for a brother's thunderhammer to strike. The blow caved in the word-bearer's breastplate and burst both lungs through the armor vents in a steaming flood. Histan moved for the champion. The possessed lord advanced at the foot of the anvil, crozius in one hand, talons growing from the other. He was larger than a space marine should be. Something inside him stretched the armor until plates cracked and bled at the seams. Faces moved beneath his chestplate, pressing outward from within, mouthing prayers with no tongues. "You still seek him," the champion said. "After all this silence, after all this abandonment. Faithful sons, orphaned sons, blind sons." Histan brought the spear of Vulkan level. The weapon knew his grip. It always had, but now it felt different, like a hunting beast straining against a chain. "He lives in us," Histan said. The champion laughed. The sound made the serfs still living clutch their ears until blood ran between their fingers. He died screaming in a forgotten dark, or he fled, or he sleeps while you burn in his name. Which truth wounds you deepest, little Drake? Histan charged. The Crozius came down in a flare of warp light. He turned it aside with the spear haft, felt the impact travel through his bones, and drove a knee into the champion's abdomen. The traitor did not fold. A talon raked across Histan's chestplate, scoring through green ceramite and drawing sparks from the artificer layers beneath. They fought at the anvil's edge while the chamber died around them. The champion struck like a sermon made flesh, every blow accompanied by blasphemy. Histan answered with silence, spear thrusts, turning cuts, brutal economy. The word-bearer's talons punched into his pauldron and tore away the Drake icon there. Histan drove the spear through the traitor's thigh and pinned him to the floor, then ripped it free in a gout of black blood. "Look around you," the champion hissed. "Your mountain burns, your moon bleeds, your brothers die. Where is your father now?" The chamber split. The sound was not stone cracking. It was the world being opened by a hand from within. Every flame in the vault bent inward. Prometheum fires, molten channels, burning traitors, dying serfs, the white pillars around the anvil, all of it bowed toward the center of the chamber. The relics ceased their wild burning. One by one they lowered. Metal shifted in cradles. The gauntlet of the forge opened and pressed its palm to the stone. Kesare's mantle sank as if kneeling. The spear of Vulkan dragged Histan's hand downward until its blade touched the floor. The word-bearer champion stopped laughing. At the center of the anvil, the white fire became black. A hand closed around the edge of the ancient stone from within the flame. It was vast, armored, blackened by heat that would have turned battle tanks to slag. The fingers tightened, and the anvil groaned like a living thing. Histan could not move. The fire rose higher. It took shape. Shoulders, a bowed head, a mane of darkness, eyes like furnace coals opening after 10,000 years of night. Vulkan came out of the mountain. He was enormous beyond memory, beyond statue, beyond every dream Histan had ever hated himself for believing. His skin was the black of volcanic glass. His eyes burned red, not with madness, not with possession, but with a heat so controlled that it was worse than rage. His armor was not whole and not ruined, marked by old wars and fresh birth fire, its surfaces crawling with molten reflections. He stepped from the heart of Mount Deathfire as though the mountain had been a door, and he had merely grown tired of waiting behind it. No blessing came, no embrace, no miracle of soft light. Vulkan looked upon the traitors in his father's house. The nearest word-bearer raised his bolter. Vulkan crossed the distance before the weapon fired. His hand closed over the traitor's helm. Ceramite cracked. The skull inside burst with a sound like fruit crushed under a tank tread. Blood and brain matter sprayed between Vulkan's fingers, boiled instantly by the heat of his grip, and the body dropped, twitching at his feet. Another traitor charged, screaming a hymn to the dark gods. Vulkan caught him by the throat and smashed him down through the edge of the anvil. The impact folded the warrior backward inside his own armor. His spine came apart, his chestplate split. Wet organs jetted from the ruptured abdominal seal and slapped steaming across the black stone. The chamber held its breath. Vulkan reached into the relic fire and took up a hammer. It had not been there a moment before, or perhaps it had always been there, waiting for the only hand worthy of its weight. The word-bearer champion tore free from Histan's spear wound, suddenly desperate. The thing inside him shrieked loud enough to crack the nearest furnace grill. "Anathema born," it spat. "Corpse son. Failed godling." Vulkan turned his eyes upon him. The champion faltered. That was the first true sign of the Primarch's return. Not the fire, not the mountain, not the relics kneeling. A servant of the warp looked upon Vulkan and knew fear. The champion lunged. Vulkan let him come. The Crozius struck Vulkan's breastplate and burst in a corona of diseased light. Vulkan did not step back. He brought the hammer down once. The champion ceased to be a warrior and became wreckage. His torso ruptured, his limbs snapped outward, his helm exploded into red fragments and strips of demon flesh. Something black and many-eyed tried to crawl out of the shattered chest cavity, mewling in a language that made the air curdle. Vulkan stamped on it. The thing burst under his boot in a slick of ichor and sparks, and the chamber's shadows recoiled from the sound. The remaining traitors broke. Some fired, some charged, some tried to chant banishment rites in reverse, as if words could protect them from a father finding murderers in his hall. Vulkan killed them without haste. He did not move like a berserker. He moved like a smith. At the anvil, each strike placed, each blow necessary, each death shaped with appalling craft. A hammer swing reduced a Terminator's chest to a bowl of crushed ceramite and meat. A backhand broke a possessed warrior's neck so violently that the helm spun halfway around before the body fell. He seized one word-bearer by the arm and used him as a club, smashing another traitor from his feet in a burst of armor fragments and blood. The salamanders rallied around him, and their fury became something older than doctrine. "Into the fires of battle," growled a fire drake. "Unto the anvil of war," answered another. The last of the word-bearers died burning, crushed against the vault doors under Vulkan's hammer, while his armor screamed prayers through melting vox speakers. When silence finally returned, it came limping, wounded by the echoes. Histan stood among the dead. Nocturne still shook. Prometheus still fought in orbit. The Vox was full of alarms, impact warnings, casualty counts, defense orders, and the clipped voices of warriors dying at their posts. But in the relic chamber, all eyes were on Vulkan. Histan walked forward, each step harder than the last. His armor was scored. His blood ran hot beneath the broken plate at his shoulder. He reached the foot of the anvil and lowered himself to one knee. For years beyond counting, he had carried the title Forge Father. Now the father stood before him. The word left Histan before he could judge it. Father. Vulkan looked down at him. There was recognition there, not gentle, not soft. Recognition like a blade drawn from a furnace, white-hot and merciless. Histan had imagined this moment in shameful fragments across centuries. A hand upon his shoulder, a word of approval, a command to rise, some sign that the quest had mattered, that the dead had not been spent into emptiness. Vulkan gave him none of those things. The Primarch stepped past him, over the bodies of traitors and sons alike. His gaze lifted to the chamber ceiling, to the mountain above, to the void war burning beyond the world. When he spoke, the vault seemed too small to hold his voice. Seal the mountain, wake the fleet. Every traitor above my world dies before dawn. Tushan had seen fortress walls break before. He had heard the death cry of void shields under lance fire, had watched bastion towers fold under orbital bombardment, had walked through the red rain that followed when traitor artillery found crowded shelters and turned thousands of loyal souls into steam, meat, and bone slurry. He had commanded wars beneath alien suns. He had ordered brothers into breaches he knew would become tombs. He had spoken the last rites over warriors whose names had been carved into his hearts long before their bodies were carried to the pyres. None of it had prepared him to watch Vulkan enter the strategium of Prometheus. The fortress moon trembled around them, not with fear. Prometheus had no fear in it. Its machine spirits were old, stubborn and wrathful, chained to the salamanders by rites of oil, flame and oath. But the moon shook beneath impact after impact as traitor siegecraft hurled themselves through the defense grid and died against void shields in blossoms of diseased light. Every detonation crawled through the deck as a dull iron concussion. Dust drifted from the vaulted ceiling. Cables swayed. Red lumen strips bathed the strategium in the color of fresh arterial spray. Vulkan crossed the threshold without ceremony. Every salamander in the chamber moved as one. Tushan felt it in his own bones, the instinct, the need, the impossible pressure of 10,000 years of absence ending in a single living presence. Captains, fire drakes, sergeants, tech marines, librarians, serfs and helot officers all began to lower themselves. Vulkan stopped. "Stand!" The word did not need volume. It struck harder than shouting. Warriors froze halfway to their knees. Tushan straightened. So did the others. Even the mortal serfs rose, shaking, eyes down, mouths working silently around prayers they no longer dared speak aloud. Vulkan's eyes moved across them, red and depthless. "I have no use for worship," he said. "Show me the war." Tushan inclined his head once, swallowing the answer that wanted to rise from his chest. Father, Lord, Sire, Primarch. All of them were true. None of them were useful. The central hololith, Tushan, ordered, "All theatres, no veils." The strategium obeyed. A sphere of ghostlight flared above the black adamantium command table. Nocturne hung there, dark and burning, its volcanic continents marked by runes of engagement. Prometheus orbited above it like a mailed fist, its defense stations blinking in amber and red. Orbital lanes bled with hostile icons. The traitor fleet had translated close, too close, through warp routes masked by scrap code and empiric storm residue. Iron warriors' siege vessels sat like rusted knives among the stars. Word-bearers' ritual hulls crawled behind them, their signatures distorted by chanting warp fields and corpse-fed generators. Red spread across the map in malignant veins. Mountain settlements, manufacturing basins, ash waste convoys, defense stations, Vox relays, shelter columns, promethium reservoirs, tunnel networks beneath the Drake breeding ranges, all of it touched by war within moments of the invasion. Vulkan studied the display, not like a commander receiving a report, like a smith reading flaws in metal. Tushan watched data scroll across the Primarch's field of vision, 10,000 years condensed into minutes by the hands of terrified savants and battle cogitators. The opening of the Great Rift, the sundering of the Imperium, the return of Robuta Gilliman, the Indomitus Crusade, the Primaris reinforcement, the Imperium Nihilus, half-strangled in darkness, the Lion's return from legend into war, Tyranid hive fleets gnawing at the galactic rim and the heartlands alike, Orc empires swelling in the ruins of crusades, Necron dynasties waking beneath tomb worlds once catalogued as safe, the ecclesiarchy grown fat on fear, the administratum drowning worlds in parchment while those worlds burned, the mechanicus hoarding miracles and calling ignorance sacred. Officers spoke in turn. Each offered calamities that would have hollowed a mortal warlord. Vulkan listened without expression. Tushan found that worse than anger. Settlement domes, Var, Kadak, and Helet report contamination markers, said a mortal defense adjutant. He was old, augmetic-eyed, half his face replaced by burnished brass after some forgotten war. Still, his voice shook. Evacuation columns became intermingled during the first bombardment. Cult activity confirmed in Var, suspected in Kadak. Helet has gone silent except for prayer traffic and emergency beacon loops. Population count, Vulkan said. Var holds 200,000 confirmed before signal degradation. Kadak holds near 400,000. Helet holds less, perhaps 90,000. Those surrounding Ash clans fled into its lower vaults. Tushan saw the decision before Vulkan spoke it. He stepped closer to the command table. "My lord, the evacuation columns were compromised under fire. Loyal civilians remain within those domes." Vulkan looked at him. Tushan had faced demon princes and not felt so exposed. "If the infection reaches the planetary shelters," Vulkan said, "millions die. We can send in purge teams, fire drakes, infernus squads, apothecarian screening cadres. The domes can still be cut open and sorted." "Can they?" The question was soft. It was not gentle. A Tech Marine servo arm clicked against his backplate in the silence. Tushan looked to the map. The contamination markers pulsed. From Var, black Vox static spread into adjacent tunnels. Kadak's lower exits flickered between green and amber. Helet's prayer channels repeated the same phrase over and over, each time in a different voice. Let the red word enter. He hated that he saw it. He hated more that Vulkan had seen it first. Vulkan turned to the command officers. Seal the domes. Vent promethium mist through the lower ducts. Ignite from exterior stations. No breach parties. The mortal adjutant stared at him. His lips moved, but no sound came. Tushan felt every eye in the chamber turn toward him. Chapter Master, Shield of Nocturne, Lord of the Salamanders in the long absence, the one who had carried the burden of their father's mercy for centuries. He could countermand. He could argue. He could ask again. He thought of the shelters beneath the mountains, of children with ash masks over their faces, of old forge workers with burned hands, of clan fathers carrying water skins through evacuation tunnels, of miners and haulers and smiths and bond servants and all the stubborn mortal lives the salamanders had sworn to guard. He thought of cult spores carried on breath and blood. He closed his fist. Execute the Primarch's order. The Strategium became a place of murder, conducted by disciplined voices. Dome Var, exterior locks closing. Dome Kadak, lower transit sealed. Helet confirms no response. Emergency overrides engaged. Promethium reservoirs cycling. Combustion rights loaded. The Vox traffic from the domes came through before Tushan could order it muted. Men praying. Men screaming. A sergeant of the Planetary Defense Force shouting for identification codes at civilians clawing through a gate. A priest roaring the creed until his voice broke. A child coughing in the background of a transmission from Var's lower habs. Gunfire. Wet impacts. The rising shriek of a mob that was not entirely human anymore. Promethium mist, entering duct lines. No! Someone sobbed over the Vox. By the throne, no! We are loyal! We are loyal! We are loyal! A blast door rune changed from amber to red. Then another. Then another. The domes glowed on the hololith. At first softly, like coals behind smoked glass. Then brighter. Heat signatures flared through the lower levels as atomized promethium found air, flesh, cloth, bone, scripture paper, ammunition stores, and the lungs of everything breathing. In Var, a mob broke through an interior gate just as ignition struck. The feed showed bodies becoming silhouettes, then torches, then nothing but movement inside fire. In Kadak, cultists clawed through civilians to reach the shelters before the blast doors sealed fully, their hands leaving red smears across adamantium. They burned against the gates, screaming praises that became animal shrieks as their tongues cooked inside their mouths. In Helet, the prayer channel became one long, layered scream. For several seconds it sounded like a choir. Vulkan listened. He did not look away. Tushan forced himself to do the same. One by one, the channels died. Not suddenly. That would have been cleaner. They died by choking, by static, by voices collapsing into wet clicks as lungs filled with superheated air. The last sound from Var was a man whispering Vulkan's name, not as accusation, not as prayer, as confusion. Then the Vox cut. Contamination contained, said the adjutant. Vulkan's eyes remained on the map. Mark the dead. Their names will be entered into the vaults. Tushan looked at him sharply. Vulkan did not turn. We do not forget those we burn. The fortress moon shook again, harder this time. The hololith shuddered and reformed. New icons appeared along the outer skin of Prometheus. Siege anchors, barked a Tech Marine. Multiple impacts along the eastern bastion arc. Iron Warrior's boarding craft have breached exterior plate. Enemy mass signatures increasing. The display magnified. Traitor craft clung to Prometheus like iron ticks. their drill prows buried in fortress armor, their hulls bristling with breaching tubes and mag claws. Boarding ramps slammed open into the moon's outer halls. Iron Warriors' Terminators advanced in dull gunmetal plate, hazard stripes bright beneath blood and dust. Havocs followed with heavy weapons locked to suspensor braces. Corrupted breacher squads moved behind slab shields. Something demon-bound and many-legged dragged itself through a wound in the hull, its iron abdomen scraping sparks from the floor, while a furnace mouth breathed smoke beneath its helm. "Outer cordons request permission to counter-assault at breach points," said a captain. "Denied," Vulkan said. Tushan turned to him. The Primarch pointed to the map. "They believe the breach is victory. Let them come deeper." "My lord, the Eastern Bastion houses munitions shrines and armory access. And beyond those? Kill corridors, bulkhead labyrinths, furnace ducts." Vulkan nodded once. "There." Understanding moved across the strategium like a blade being drawn. Tushan gave the orders, though they tasted of ash. "Eastern Bastion defenders, withdraw by Drake path markers. Leave wounded who cannot be moved with grenades and final rites. Seal transverse bulkheads behind second line. Tech Marines, prepare atmosphere denial." The warriors obeyed. On the hololith, green icons retreated through the fortress moon's veins. Red icons pursued. The iron. Warriors came with the cold confidence of siege masters entering a fortress they had already measured for ruin. They cut through sealed doors with melter charges. They executed wounded salamanders with bolter shots to the helm. They marked walls with range glyphs and breach calculations. They did not howl like the word-bearers. They did not waste motion. Their hatred was a machine. Vulkan watched them enter the marked corridors. "Depressurize!" Atmosphere screamed out of the selected halls. Loose bodies, shell casings, severed limbs and burning scraps of oath parchment were hurled toward emergency vents. Iron Warriors Mag locked their boots and advanced through the storm, unimpressed. Their armor was made for void war. Their lungs were not needed. Their guns remained steady. "Repressurize with Promethium mist." The order passed through the fortress systems. For a few heartbeats, nothing visible happened. Then vapor filled the corridors. It rolled low at first, pale and almost beautiful under the red lumen glow. It crawled around Iron Warriors' boots, through shattered doors, beneath slab shields, into armor rents, across corpses, and over the sigils of old victories etched into the floor. The traitors slowed. Some understood. Some were too deep to escape. A salamander sergeant, hidden behind a sealed Drake-marked bulkhead, spoke over the local channel. "Unto the anvil," his squad answered. "Into the fire." The ignition rune was struck. Kilometers of corridor became a furnace. The hololith flared white. In the actual fortress, the sound rolled through Prometheus, like a god drawing breath through clenched teeth. Promethium fire took the trapped Iron Warriors from every side. It poured into their weapon vents, crawled beneath gorgets, blew out eye lenses, and turned ammunition feeds into chains of internal detonations. Traitor bodies burst inside their armor. Some simply fell, glowing from within as the meat cooked around fused bones. Others staggered onward as walking kilns, firing blindly until salamanders emerged from sealed side passages and put them down with thunder hammers and melter fire. The demon engine lasted longer. It dragged itself through the inferno, iron legs melting, furnace mouth vomiting black smoke and teeth. Then a melter beam struck it from the flank. The shot punched through demon iron, found the bound thing within, and made it scream in two worlds before it collapsed into a heap of burning machinery and convulsing flesh. "Counter-charge," Tushan ordered. Adrax Agatona answered on the command channel, his voice low and brutal. "Already moving." The eastern bastion became green fire and black smoke. Blade Guard veterans advanced in shield-lock formation, power swords burning blue-white as they drove into the stunned remnants of the boarding force. Aggressors followed, their flame-storm gauntlets vomiting sheets of burning promethium, that washed over barricades and filled armor joints with liquid death. Infernus Marines moved in disciplined ranks, each burst of flame placed with ritual precision. Eradicators took firing stances amid the smoke, melter rifles whining before they released sun-hot beams that reduced traitor plate to molten sludge and left twitching torsos fused to the deck. Adrax strode at the front. His thunderhammer rose and fell. Where it struck, Iron Warriors broke. Not dramatically, completely. A helm vanished into the chest beneath it. A breastplate became shrapnel. A traitor's spine burst from his backplate in a red arc after Adrax hit him hard enough to fold him around the hammerhead. He fired his heavy bolt pistol into the face of a crawling havoc, the shell detonating behind the eye lenses and spraying the wall with grey matter, bone shards, and scorched augmetic fragments. Bastion line reclaiming, Adrax voxed. Enemy dead are obstructing movement. We advance over them. Continue, said Vulkan. The Primarch was already walking toward the launch spine. Tushan followed, as did a knot of fire drakes and command guards. My lord, teleportariums are cycling. We can place you aboard the command vessel by strike pattern. No. The largest assault ship remains shielded. Its boarding spine is intact but unstable. Enemy heavy weapons cover the approach. I know. Tushan understood then that Vulkan was not refusing safety. He was choosing witness. The boarding spine stretched from Prometheus to the embedded Iron Warriors assault craft, a brutal tunnel of ceramite, iron and burning atmosphere. It had been forced through the Fortress Moon's outer plate like a spear through flesh. Its interior was choked with smoke, bodies, loose cables, and still-firing gun servitors slaved to traitor command routines. Vulkan entered it alone at first, then the fire drakes followed, because no son of Nocturne would allow his father to walk into enemy guns unwitnessed. The traitors opened fire. Lascannons struck Vulkan square in the chest and shoulders, each impact a white spear of light that would have gutted a battle tank. Plasma guns spat miniature suns that burst across his armor in boiling spheres. Autocannons hammered him with relentless percussion. Crack missiles corkscrewed through the smoke and detonated against him hard enough to shake the spine from end to end. Vulkan kept walking. His armor blackened, plates cracked, fire crawled over him. The hammer in his hand glowed brighter with every step. An Iron Warrior Terminator barred the passage, chain fist revving. Vulkan took the blow against his forearm, sparks shearing away in a blinding spray. He answered with the hammer. The traitor hit the wall as a sack of broken ceramite and ruined meat, leaving a smear down the spine as he slid to the floor. Another fired a combi melter at point-blank range. Vulkan seized the weapon by the barrel, crushed it, and drove the broken muzzle through the Iron Warrior's throat seal. The traitor drowned in his own blood before Vulkan tore him aside. No rage, no haste. Every step was execution. Tushan watched from behind the advancing fire drakes, horror and awe warring in him. This was the father of their blood. This was the protector whose name had warmed Nocturne through 10,000 years of night. This was also a creature made to kill the enemies of mankind in ways no mortal morality could survive. The assault ship's inner lock broke beneath Vulkan's hammer. Its command deck lay beyond, angular and ugly, built for siege logic rather than glory. Iron Warrior's crew turned from consoles. Servitors twitched in restraint frames. Ammunition feeds ran across the ceiling like exposed veins. At the far end stood the shipmaster in warped cataphractii plate, one side of his helm replaced by a bare iron skull. Servo claws flexed from his back. His voice came through external speakers in a rasp of static and contempt. So the Ashfather walks. Vulkan crossed the deck. The shipmaster raised a claw. You bleed, you burn, you are material. Material fails. Vulkan did not answer. Heavy weapons fired from both sides. Fire drakes took the punishment meant to slow him, storm shields flaring, armor cracking. One veteran losing an arm to plasma fire that turned the limb into vapor from elbow to fist. Vulkan reached the shipmaster before the next volley. The Iron Warrior swung a siege claw at his head. Vulkan caught it. For a heartbeat, the two giants strained amid the gunfire and alarms. Then Vulkan tore the claw free, not the blade, not the hand. The entire arm came away from the shipmaster's torso in a wet mechanical shriek, cables snapping, pistons bursting, blood spraying black across iron decking. The traitor roared. Vulkan seized his other arm and ripped that one free as well. The shipmaster dropped to his knees, armless, armor vomiting sparks and arterial fluid through ruptured sockets. Still, Vulkan did not torture him. He dragged the crippled traitor to the command throne and slammed him against the lock array. "Open it," Vulkan said. The shipmaster spat blood through his grill. "Iron does not yield." Vulkan pressed the severed stump of the traitor's arm into the command receptor. Bone, gene lock, and armor code met the machine spirit. The console screamed. The locks opened. "Iron yields," Vulkan said. He drove the hammer through the shipmaster's chest and pinned him to the throne. "Reactor access granted," came a Tech Marine's voice over the Vox. "Overload pathway available. Estimated hostile complement aboard remains in the thousands." Vulkan looked across the command deck at the dying traitors, the burning consoles, the chained servitors, and the tactical display showing the assault ship still linked to Prometheus. "Detach the spine, seal our side, overload the reactor." Tushan stood behind him among the smoke and dead. "My lord," he said carefully, "there may be prisoners in the lower holds." "Traitors took this vessel into Nocturne's sky," Vulkan replied. "Whatever is chained in its belly dies with them." The order went out. The boarding spine detached with a scream of tortured metal. Prometheus sealed its wound. The Iron Warrior's assault ship drifted free, reactor core building toward criticality, thousands of enemy life signs flickering in its gut. Some tried to escape in pods. Salamander's turret crews shot the pods apart. Some tried to reattach emergency clamps. Firestorm gunships cut them loose. Some voxed curses. Some voxed oaths to dead gods of iron and spite. The ship became a sun. Its death lit Nocturne's night side. Across orbit, the rest of the Chaos assault fleet began to fail. Salamander's strike cruisers drove through the broken formation, broadsides roaring. Defense lasers burned through word-bearers' hulls, exposing cathedral decks to vacuum. Macro shells punched into siege craft and turned ammunition holds into expanding storms of shrapnel. Thunderhawks hunted crippled vessels like drakes, worrying wounded prey. Traitor ships burned, broke, and fell. Wreckage entered Nocturne's atmosphere as black rain. Tushan stood beside Vulkan on an observation deck open to the armored void glass. Below them, the home world turned beneath curtains of ash and fire. Above it, the enemy died in pieces, large enough to kill cities if the defense grid missed them. The guns did not miss often. Vulkan watched the ruin fall. The red of his eyes reflected the burning fleet. His armor was scorched, cracked, and wet with blood that was not all his. Around him, salamanders stood in reverent silence, but none knelt. Tushan finally understood the shape of the returned miracle. Vulkan had not come back diminished. He had not come back mad. He had not come back as a saint to soothe the frightened, nor as a relic to be placed beneath banners and praised by candlelight. He had come back as a father whose house was under attack. And fathers, Tushan knew, could be crueler than tyrants when they found blades at the throats of their sons. The last word-bearer's cruiser split open in orbit, spilling bodies, bells, and burning scripture into the void. Nocturne's gravity took the wreckage. It fell in a long black trail, breaking apart as it descended. Vulkan did not smile. "Begin casualty rites," he said. "Recover the loyal dead, burn the corrupted twice, rearm the defense grid, then summon every captain who still draws breath." Tushan bowed his head, not in worship, but in acknowledgement. "As you command." Vulkan's gaze remained fixed on the burning sky. "Nocturne stands," the Primarch said. "Now the galaxy will learn what it means to threaten it." The first astropath died before the message reached the floor. He was old, hairless, blind, and stitched into a throne of brass needles beneath a canopy of warding chains. His mouth opened wide enough to split the skin at the corners. Light poured from between his teeth, not clean light, warp light, soul light, the color of a wound seen through boiling water. His fingers snapped against the arms of the throne, bone breaking beneath parchment skin, and the choir attendants began their warding cant with voices that shook despite years of discipline. Robuta Gilliman stood at the far end of the sealed chamber and watched without moving. The chamber lay deep within the imperial palace, close enough to the Senatorum Imperialis that he could feel its weight through the stone. Not physical weight, though Terra herself seemed crushed beneath the mass of her own importance. Political weight, ritual weight, the weight of parchment, edict, fear, prayer, pride, and rot. The palace did not sleep. It endured. It creaked beneath the burden of an empire too large to understand itself and too terrified to stop moving. The second astropath began screaming before the first finished dying. His restraints cut into him as his body arched. Blood ran from his eyes in black threads. The nails of one hand tore free as he clawed at the air, not at anything the mortals around him could see, but at whatever burned through the immaterium toward Terra. His voice changed. It deepened, broke, multiplied. For a moment it was not one throat speaking, but many throats dragged together through fire. Vulkan lives. The chamber went silent, except for the astropaths strangled, breathing. A custodian standing beside the inner door shifted his guardian's spear by a fraction. It was the only sign that the words had landed with force. Gilliman said nothing. The second astropath's spine bent until something inside him cracked. He vomited blood across his chest, then laughed once in a child's voice. The laugh ended when his heart failed. The third astropath lasted longest. He was younger than the others, though youth among the soul-bound was a cruel and temporary distinction. His bald skull was etched with sanctioning scars. His cheeks had been tattooed with protective hexagrammic script. As the message passed into him, the script blackened. Smoke rose from the ink. His jaw locked so hard that teeth shattered in his mouth. He spoke through broken enamel and blood. "Nocturne stands." His attendants prayed louder. Gilliman heard none of the prayers. He heard only the shift in the chamber, the sudden soundless recoil of power around him, the High Lord's envoys stiffening in their lacquered robes, the Mechanicus Magi clicking through private noospheric exchanges, the Navy Strategos staring at the floor as though the deck beneath his boots had become thin ice. The ecclesiarchal representatives pressing gloved hands to Aquila pendants, already turning catastrophe into miracle. Administratum savants trembling beneath towers of scroll cases, their ink servitors scratching faster, always faster, as if enough notation could trap the future before it escaped. The astropath gave the last of it. Traitors annihilated, awaiting strategic communion. Then he died badly. His head did not simply fall. It burst inward, as though an invisible fist had crushed the mind from within. Blood, grey matter and fragments of bone spattered the brass throne and the choir attendants nearest him. One attendant fell to his knees, whispering thanks to the Emperor for allowing the message to be received. Another began to sob. A third tried to wipe brain matter from a purity seal with shaking fingers. Gilliman closed his eyes for the span of a single breath. When he opened them again, the chamber belonged to him. "Confirm authentication," he said. A savant with augmetic lenses for eyes swallowed audibly. "Genetic and psychic resonance markers align with Nocturnian sanctum protocols, my lord. Salamander's command cipher confirmed. Forge Father authority confirmed. Prometheus Defense Network identifiers confirmed. Probability of deception is low." Low is not sufficient. A Magos drifted forward on suspensor fields, red robes whispering over the floor. His face was a polished steel mask, expressionless save for 3 green optics rotating within a single socket. Secondary verification is underway, Lord Regent. The data bears heat scarring consistent with extreme astropathic compression. Message origin is Nocturne system. Transmission path suffered empiric turbulence, but no known hostile interference pattern remains embedded. No known hostile pattern, Gilliman said. The Magos inclined his metal skull. Precision accepted. The ecclesiarchal envoy could hold silence no longer. This is divine providence. A son of the Emperor returns in mankind's hour of greatest trial. The people must know. Terra must hear the bells. The shrine worlds must proclaim the flame of Nocturne as proof that the master of mankind still sends his angels into the dark. No, Gilliman said. The word cut through the chamber. The envoy's mouth remained open. He remembered himself too late and bowed. My lord? No bells, no proclamations, no saint language, no public declaration until I authorize it. A High Lord's proxy, thin as a corpse and powdered white beneath a high collar, folded his hands into his sleeves. With respect, Lord Commander, the return of another Primarch cannot be contained for long. Nothing on Terra can be contained for long. That does not mean we begin by feeding the fire. The proxy bowed deeper, but his eyes remained calculating. Everyone in the chamber was calculating. That was Terra's true native atmosphere. Not smog, not incense, not the ash of 10,000 years of sacrifice rising from the throne's innumerable furnaces. Calculation. The endless measure of advantage beneath the mask of duty. Gilliman turned toward the hololithic table. Display the Nocturne packets. The air above the table filled with light. Nocturne appeared as a black orb veined with fire. Prometheus circled it, scarred but intact. Combat data unfolded in layers. Traitor fleet vectors. Defense grid response. Boarding actions. Settlement losses. Purge orders. Casualty estimates. Contamination spread. Prometheum deployment. Reactor overload records. Ship kills. He read faster than any mortal mind could follow. The pattern showed itself almost immediately. Vulkan had saved what could be saved, and he had destroyed the rest without hesitation. 3 settlement domes sealed, Prometheum purge authorized, civilian casualties high, cult spread contained, fortress moonboarding actions permitted to penetrate inner corridors before counter-ignition, enemy complement annihilated, captured assault ship reactor overloaded after command seizure, traitor survivors negligible, loyal losses severe but controlled, strategic integrity preserved, efficient, terrible, familiar. Gilliman felt no surprise at the logic. That troubled him more than surprise would have. One of his advisors, an old fleet lord with a augmetic throat and a uniform stiff with void campaign honors, spoke carefully. These actions are monstrous. Gilliman did not look away from the display. Yes. My lord, they are monstrous, Gilliman said. They are also effective. The fleet lord said nothing. The ecclesiarchal envoy whispered, a Primarch should be above such choices. That brought Gilliman's gaze to him. The envoy paled. Above them? Gilliman asked. No, we were made for them. That is the lie no statue tells and no sermon survives. The galaxy has made monsters of all necessary men. Some of us merely retain the courtesy to grieve afterward. No one answered. He studied the casualty manifests again. Names had already been ordered for memorial inscription. Even those Vulkan had burned. Especially those, perhaps. That detail lodged in Gilliman's thoughts like a shard of glass. Vulkan had not spent lives carelessly. He had spent them deliberately, then demanded that none be forgotten. That was more dangerous than cruelty. Cruelty alone was easy to condemn. Necessary cruelty with memory behind it could build loyalty strong enough to outlast horror. The debate began as all political disasters on Terra began, with ritual courtesy covering naked fear. The returned Lord should be summoned to Terra, said the High Lord's proxy. His presence before the Senatorum would stabilize confidence. It would destabilize command, said the Navy strategos. Every admiral from here to Bacca would petition for reassignment under his banner. Fleet cohesion would suffer. Imperium nihilus bleeds in darkness, said a black-robed representative of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica. A Primarch of flame sent beyond the rift would have symbolic and practical value. Segmentum solar remains the heart, argued another. The heart must be defended before the limbs. He must be proclaimed, insisted the ecclesiarchal envoy, not as mere warlord, as living proof. Guilliman's hand came down on the table, not hard. He did not need to strike it hard. The voices stopped. Vulkan is not an icon to be paraded through nave and plaza. He is not a relic standard. He is not a sermon made flesh for frightened priests to hide behind. He let the words settle. He is a Primarch. Primarchs are strategic catastrophes when mishandled. A custodian's helm turned slightly toward him. Guilliman wondered whether the warrior approved, disapproved, or merely recorded the admission for some sealed archive beneath the palace. With the 10,000, those possibilities were often indistinguishable. Guilliman returned his attention to the map, but his thoughts had already moved beyond the chamber. He could command men. He could command fleets, crusades, sectors, supply chains, tithe schedules, reinforcement corridors, and laws written with the authority of the throne itself. He had rebuilt broken empire fragments by forcing them into shape through duty, reason, and necessity. Men obeyed him because the alternative was madness. Vulkan was different. Men would follow Vulkan into fire because they believed he would stand there first. Guilliman knew the power of that belief. He had seen it in the old days, when the legions had still been vast and their fathers walked among them without the weight of myth crushing every step. Vulkan had never needed Guilliman's cold perfection or the lion's lethal mystery. He had possessed something harder to codify and more difficult to command. The affection of those who mistook strength for shelter and were often right to do so. That kind of loyalty could form a crusade before the administratum finished sharpening its quills. A chime sounded from the astropathic ward dais. The dead had been removed. New psychers had been brought forward, pale and shaking. The air grew colder. Frost formed along the brass needles of the empty thrones. Something vast and distant pressed against the sealed chamber, not entering, not forcing passage, but demanding recognition. A hooded astropath spoke in a voice that was not his own. Caliban's son requests communion. The lion appeared as a distortion above the table, not a full image. The distance was too great, the rift too hungry, the relay too wounded by the dark between stars. He manifested as a tall figure in broken green light, half night, half shadow, his features suggested rather than seen. Yet his presence chilled the chamber in a way no failed machine spirit could explain. The High Lord's envoys bowed. The ecclesiarchal representative nearly knelt before remembering Guilliman's earlier command. The custodian did not move. The lion wasted no time. "Is it true?" "Yes," Guilliman said. "Vulkan." "Yes." The ghost image flickered. For a moment, Guilliman saw not the returned hunter of the Dark Imperium, but the brother he remembered. Stern, guarded, burdened by instincts sharpened for killing and secrecy. Then the moment passed. The lion asked one question. "Is he whole?" Guilliman looked at the hololith of Nocturne, at the casualty reports and the burned domes, at the assault ship reduced to falling debris, at the command decisions made with a smith's hand and an executioner's patience. No Primarch who returns to this age is whole. The lion gave a low sound that might have been agreement. Then he is as whole as any of us. That is not reassuring. It was not meant to be. The chamber remained silent around them. None of the mortals dared interrupt two sons of the Emperor, speaking across the wound of the galaxy. "He should be unleashed," the lion said, "not summoned, not displayed, not buried beneath councils. Point him at the enemy, and let him burn a path. War is not only killing, Guilliman said. No, but killing the right thing solves more than councils admit. Guilliman felt old anger stir, not hot, but deep. The anger of ledgers, starvation reports, empty ammunition depots, and worlds lost because a glorious assault had outrun supply. Sectors must be held, supply corridors must be secured, reinforcement tides must be regulated, tithe grades must be recalculated after the Rift disruption. Every crusade front that expands without logistics becomes a wound we inflict on ourselves. And every enemy commander left alive becomes a knife in that wound. You think in heads removed. I think in beasts slain. I think in species survival. So do I, said the lion. That silenced even Guilliman for a moment. The lion leaned closer within the distortion. You fear what he will do. I fear what others will do with what he represents. Then make use of him before they do. The relay flickered. Somewhere beyond the rift, astropaths screamed under the strain of sustaining the impossible conversation. Before Guilliman could answer, a second message burned through the chamber. This one did not arrive as a plea. It arrived as a hammer blow. The lead astropath convulsed, but did not die at once. His voice deepened until it shook dust from the ceiling vaults. Nocturne system secure, Prometheus operational, traitor fleet destroyed, contamination contained, casualty rolls under inscription. The chamber held its breath. The astropath continued. Summons to terror declined. The High Lord's proxy made a small sound of outrage before fear strangled it. Guilliman felt his jaw tighten. Continue, he said. Strategic data requested. Armageddon, Cindergate, Nachmund Corridor. Known word bearers concentrations. Iron Warriors siege formations. Active Orc Empire movements. Promethium availability. Fleet tonnage. Refugee pressure zones. Forge world compliance rates. Awaiting transmission. The astropath sagged against his restraints, breathing hard. Vulkan had already chosen his war, not asked permission, not waited for ceremony, not sought recognition. He had secured his home, counted his dead, and turned his eyes toward the next fire. The ecclesiarchal envoy whispered, he must be guided by the throne. A smaller message followed, carried through the Forge Father's authority. Its brevity struck harder than any proclamation. Do not kneel to me. Load your guns. No one spoke for a long time. Guilliman could already see the phrase escaping containment. It would pass from astropathic transcript to naval deck officer, from deck officer to armsman, from armsman to press gang conscript. It would be scratched onto lasgun stocks in trench lines, stamped onto promethium tanks in manufactorums, painted across the prows of voidcraft, shouted by penal legionnaires before minefield charges, murmured by dying men in field hospitals as artillery walked toward them. Do not kneel to me. Load your guns. It was anti-sermon and sermon both. The ecclesiarchy would hate it. Then they would use it. The guard would understand it before any priest explained it. The Space Marines would judge it worthy. The Mechanicus would encode it into ammunition rights if Vulkan's victories justified the blasphemy of efficiency. The lion's distorted image remained still. At last he said, "He sounds awake." "Yes," Guilliman said. "That is what concerns me." The lion faded from the relay with no farewell. It was very like him. Guilliman turned back to the chamber. Transmit the requested strategic data. Full packet. No devotional embellishment, no political commentary, no filtered casualty summaries. He receives truth, not comfort. The administratum savants flinched as if struck. "My lord," said one, "unfiltered truth at that scale will require authorization seals beyond ordinary crusade clearance. You have mine. The data may expose sensitive inefficiencies." Guilliman looked at him. The savant bowed so low his scroll cases rattled. "Compliance." "To the Navy," Guilliman continued. Prepare fleet availability assessments for cooperation with Nocturne. Not transfer. Cooperation. To the Munitorum, begin Prometheum flow analysis. To the Inquisition liaison offices, I want immediate intelligence on word-bearers and Iron Warriors' movements near the requested theaters. To the Mechanicus, syndicate records. All of them, including sealed failures and censured expeditions. The Magos clicked once. Some records are restricted under Forge sovereignty. Then unrestrict them. That will cause offense. Good. Offense is cheaper than ignorance. The ecclesiarchal envoy gathered courage again. And the proclamation to the faithful? Guilliman considered refusing outright. Then he saw the shape of that error. Silence would breed rumor. Rumor would become cult. Cult would become schism. Better a blade held by the hilt than one dropped in the dark. A limited proclamation, he said. No sainthood, no divinity, no claim of final deliverance. Vulkan has returned to war. That is all mankind needs to know. The envoy bowed, already grieving the lost excess. The chamber began moving around him, every faction hurrying to obey, while planning how obedience might be turned to advantage. The Imperium at work, the Imperium bleeding itself through procedure, even as salvation and ruin both approached under the same banner. Guilliman remained by the hololith. Nocturne burned in miniature before him. He added private seals to the outgoing transmission, then layered others beneath them. Contingencies, observation protocols, command safeguards, political dampening measures, fleet recall triggers if the Pyre Crusade, and he knew already that men would call it that, exceeded tolerable thresholds. None of it would stop Vulkan if Vulkan chose not to be stopped. Guilliman was honest enough to admit that, but preparation was not control. It was duty performed in the shadow of uncertainty. He looked toward the sealed doors, beyond which terror roared with prayers, hunger, industry, and fear. The Imperium would rejoice when it heard. Then it would tremble. Guilliman understood, with a clarity that brought him no comfort, that mankind had not gained a savior in the fires of Nocturne. It had gained a forge fire, and forge fires shaped iron by consuming everything unworthy of the blade. The cathedral ship had once been an imperial battleship, before faith had taught it to scream. Its keel had been broken, hollowed and rebuilt around the spine of a dead warship, whose name Kazel Vaughn had ordered scraped from every surviving plate. The vessel's old machine spirit had not been slain. It had been chained beneath the nave, blinded with scrap code, fed with blasphemous oil, and forced to drag its own corpse through the void in service of the Pantheon. Sometimes, when the engines burned hard, the ship remembered what it had been. It groaned hymns to the Emperor through its conduits. Kazel cherished those moments. A broken prayer was sweeter than silence. He stood upon a pulpit made from the fused helms of loyalist officers. Around him rose the nave of the war cathedral, vast enough to hold regiments. The walls were plated with black iron, red scripture, demon brass, and the stretched skins of saints who had died insisting their souls belonged to the master of mankind. Corpses hung in devotional chains from the ceiling, swaying as the ship's gravity stuttered. Some were old and parchment dry. Some were fresh enough to drip. Every drop fell into channels carved across the deck. Every channel led to the altar engines. The congregation filled the nave in layers of hatred. Cult armies knelt in their thousands, faces branded with the eightfold star, wrists wired together, tongues pierced with oath hooks. Some wore flak armor stolen from dead guardsmen. Others wore nothing but ash, scars, and pages of scripture nailed into their flesh. Behind them stood the more valuable servants, traitor armsmen, breacher gangs, mutant shock cohorts, penal turncoats with explosive collars still around their necks, their old imperial Aquilas defaced but not removed, because Kazel enjoyed the insult. Farther back, beneath galleries of iron ribs, stood the Iron Warriors. They did not kneel. Kazel did not expect them to. He would have respected them less if they had. Their armor was the color of gunmetal, hazard-striped, battered, practical, ugly with function. Havoc squads stood like weapons given the shape of men. Siege masters watched through helm lenses that measured everything and adored nothing. Terminators waited in phalanx formation, combi bolters mag locked across their chests, chain fists still, cyclone racks folded down like the wings of carrion birds. Among them stood warsmith Draxian Cord. He was broad even for one of the 4th Legion, his armor expanded by siege bionics and recoil bracing. Servo limbs rose from his back, each tipped with cutting torches, auspex needles, ammunition feeds, or surgical clamps. His helm was bare iron, not fashioned into a skull, but worn down by centuries until it suggested one anyway. Khazael could feel the warsmith's contempt across the nave like cold rain. Good. Contempt was also a form of attention. Above the Iron Warriors, in cages suspended by chains and gravity hooks, the adepts of the Dark Mechanicum clicked and whispered among themselves. Their red robes were the color of old arterial blood. Their limbs had been replaced by instruments of violation. Their faces were masks of brass, chrome, bone, and vat, grown nerves stretched across vox grills. Binharic prayers leaked from them in bursts of static, answered by deeper voices from the machine pits beneath the deck. Between every faction were the psychers. They hung upright from iron wheels, wrists nailed, feet wired, skulls crowned with copper thorns. Their eyes had been sewn open. Their mouths had been stitched around vox reeds so that every breath became a note in the cathedral's hymn. Some were imperial astropaths taken from convoy ships. Some were unsanctioned vermin dragged from underhive cults. Some had once served noble houses, guard regiments, administratum choirs. Now they all belonged to the Word. Khazael lifted his Crozius. The nave became silent enough to hear blood dripping. "Brothers," he said, and his voice passed through the cathedral ship's organs, through vox horns of bone and iron, through the teeth of dead saints, wired into the walls. Iron without faith, faith without mercy, flesh without worth, all of you have come to the mouth of the fire. A murmur moved through the cultists. The Iron Warriors remained still. The Dark Mechanicum chattered softly to itself. On Nocturne, Khazael continued, the corpse worshippers have received what they call a miracle. Their Drake father walks again. Vulkan, smith of the 18th Legion. Vulkan, beloved of weak men. Vulkan, whose sons speak of shelter while carrying flame. Vulkan, who broke and burned and returned from myth with ash upon his hands. The knave answered with hisses, curses, and devotional groans. Khazael smiled behind his skull-faced helm. They believe this changes the war. He leaned forward. They are right. The first image appeared above the nave, projected by demon-bound hololiths and fed by stolen auguries from Nocturne. Vulkan stood in the relic chamber beneath Mount Deathfire, his eyes burning like red stars in a world of white flame. A word-bearer died in his hand, helm crushed, blood boiling between the Primarch's fingers. The image repeated, slowed, magnified, sanctified by hatred. The cultists recoiled and wept. Some laughed. One screamed until his throat tore open. Khazael let them feel it. Hope. Not their own hope, of course. That was a lesser spice. He wanted them to taste the hope of the enemy. Hope was more intoxicating than fear when corrupted properly. Fear made mortals flee. Hope made them stand still while the knife approached, because they believed something would intervene before the blade touched bone. A returned Primarch carries myth, Khazael said. Myth has weight in the immaterium. Wound him, and the wound echoes. Chain him, and the chain becomes scripture. Break him before those who adore him, and adoration rots into a gate. He gestured, and the image shifted. Cindergate appeared, a forge system of furnace moons, slave foundries, asteroid crucibles, orbital manufactoria, and dead worlds wrapped in ash clouds. At the center, burned the principal forge world, a black sphere girdled by shipyards and void shield lattices. Around it turned moons, hollowed into cannon citadels. Between them drifted carcasses of warships, some dead, some waiting, some inhabited by things that had never needed life. "Here," Karzael said. "The mouth opens here." Draxion Kord's voice cut through the nave, amplified by his warplate. "The mouth opens when the walls are built, the guns are ranged, the ammunition counted, and the enemy has been drawn into predetermined kill zones. Not before." Several cultists flinched, as if expecting Karzael to order the warsmith slain. Karzael only laughed. "Speak, Iron One. The gods enjoy your arithmetic." Draxion walked forward through the kneeling cultists. They crawled aside quickly. One was too slow. The warsmith's boot came down on the man's hand, reducing fingers to pulp beneath ceramite. The cultist began sobbing thanks for the pain. The Iron Warrior ignored him. "Armageddon will draw the Drake," Draxion said. "It always draws fools. Orcs mass there in billions. Their movement is loud enough to blind half the sector's augernet. Imperial Command cannot ignore it. Salamanders cannot ignore civilians burning in hive trenches. We let the greenskins strike. We strike the supply corridors. We place fortress crawlers around the hive approaches. We break armor columns with macro artillery. We seed the ash wastes with bunker drills and grav mines. When the Primarch comes to save them, he enters a calculation already solved." The hololith responded to his new spheric command. Engine icons appeared across Armageddon. Siege lines, basilisk parks corrupted by warp-plated crews, trench engines, bunker breaching drills, demon-bound siege crawlers, fortress crawlers under layered void shields, each large enough to grind manufactorum districts beneath its tracks. Macro artillery with barrels like cathedral towers. Ammunition temples stacked with shells containing alchemical fire, rad dust, and enslaved demons gnawing inside brass casings. Karzael heard the cultists breathing harder. Draxion continued. "A Primarch is not a god. He has mass. He has thermal output. He occupies space. He can be tracked, bracketed, isolated, crushed. Enough guns make all legends into remains." "Ah," Karzael said. "There is your prayer at last." "It is not prayer. It is faith in mathematics." Draxion's helm turned toward him. "Mathematics answers. So do gods. Gods lie." Karzael spread his arms. "And yet you stand in my cathedral. I stand where the war is largest." That was why Karzael tolerated him. The Iron Warrior had no music in him, no ecstasy, no reverence. But he understood scale. He understood pressure. He understood that a fortress was only an argument written in stone and guns, and that every argument could be won if one brought enough force. From the machine pits below came a sound like a continent drowning. The deck trembled. The dark Mechanicum adepts began singing in machine code. It was not harmony. It was infection, given rhythm. The far wall of the nave opened. Heat rolled in first. Not natural heat, not forge heat. The heat of rendered fat, demon breath, overworked reactors and souls compressed until they ignited. Chains pulled. Pistons shrieked. A procession of slave engines dragged something immense into the light. The Draga crucible entered the cathedral's site. Not fully. No chamber could hold the whole of it, not even this gutted battleship nave. What came into view was only the head and forward furnace mass of the engine, suspended beyond the opened wall in the construction gulf between the cathedral ship and the Cindergate yards. It was a walking cathedral furnace, larger than a god engine, built from brass ribs, adamantium bones, ceramite plates torn from loyalist titans, and black iron taken from worlds killed by their own industry. Its frontal furnace mouth yawned wide enough to swallow a Baneblade company. Within it, chained psychers burned without dying, their bodies threaded through copper trees, their screams drawn out by pain engines and translated into warp pressure. Molten human fat ran through transparent pipes as thick as transit tunnels. It pumped through the crucible's limbs. It fed the prayer burners. It slicked gears the size of hab blocks. It dripped from vents as yellow fire. A magos of the dark mechanicum descended from his cage on a chain of vertebrae-shaped metal. His body was long and many-jointed beneath his robes. His voice a layered burst of Binharic and Low Gothic. Designation: Draga Crucible. Function: Regiment Digestion. Soul Pressure Conversion. Screaming Yield Acceptable. Warp Aperture Stabilization projected upon sufficient matter density. Additional biomass required. Additional fear required. Additional faith collapse required. Karzael bowed his head in genuine pleasure. Beautiful. Draxion made a sound of disgust. Wasteful. Sacrament is always wasteful to those who do not hunger. The magos clicked. Efficiency terminology rejected. Devotional entropy prioritized. Ruinous output pleasing. The crucible's furnace mouth opened wider. A failed cult cohort was dragged forward on conveyor hooks. Men who had broken formation during the Nocturne raid or displeased their overseers by surviving without purpose. They screamed as the hooks lifted them. Some begged Karzael, some begged the Emperor, some called upon gods whose names they had tattooed into their gums. The furnace took them all. Their bodies hit the inner grates and came apart in the heat. Skin blackened, fat flashed, bones cracked, hands slapped against brass bars until fingers curled and fused. The crucible drank the noise. Pipes pulsed. The psychers wired into its crown wailed in answer. Karzael inhaled. The air tasted of revelation. A brute roar shattered the hymn. "Oi, dis thing on?" The hololith juddered, corrupted by crude greenskin signal interference. A massive orc face filled the projection, tusks capped in iron, one eye replaced by a spinning red lens, jaw bolted with scrap plates. Behind him, engines belched smoke, mobs bellowed, and something enormous fired rockets into the air for no reason beyond joy. War boss Graxmasha Iron Teeth leaned close enough that his breath seemed to fog the image. "I heard there's a big green fight and a big black Hume with red eyes coming. That true spiky priest." Several word-bearers snarled. Draxion did not move. Karzael laughed softly. "It is true, war boss. Armageddon will drown in war. Good. I'm bringing lads. Lots of lads. More lads than the last lot. Stompers, wagons, flyboys, big guns, all of it. If the fire Hume's as big as they says, I'm having his skull for me boss pole." "You may try." Graxmasha grinned. It was a hideous thing, wet and eager. Try-in's what makes it fun. The signal collapsed under its own noise. Karzael turned back to the congregation. There it was, the living camouflage, the roar that would drown the whisper. Billions of orcs crashing into Armageddon with all the subtlety of a moon dropped from orbit. The Imperium would see green. It would see endless bodies, scrap armor, gargants, stompers, death dreads, storm boys, battle wagons, crude aircraft, rusted kill tanks and mobs so vast they changed the color of continents. It would send guardsmen in hundreds of millions. It would send tanks by the thousands. It would summon Titan maniples to walk through ash storms. Night households would ride under banners stiff with soot. Skitari cohorts would march from landers in red tides. Void ships would crowd the orbital dark until the space above Armageddon became a city of guns, and beneath that noise, chaos would prepare the true wound. Karzael stepped down from the pulpit. The prisoners had been brought in while he preached. Captured guardsmen, ash-grey with terror, uniforms torn, boots missing, hands wired behind them. Some still bore regimental badges, Steel Legion, Cadian remnants, Mordian survivors, penal auxilia with brand scars across their scalps. They had been forced to look upon Vulkan's image until hope entered their eyes like poison. Karzael approached the first. The man tried to spit at him. His mouth was too dry. "You have seen him," Karzael said. The guardsman shook. The Emperor sends his sons. Karzel touched the man's forehead with one talon. Yes, hold that thought tightly. Iron prayer wheels waited beside the altar engines. Each was taller than a dreadnought, rimmed with spikes, engraved with scripture from the Book of Lorgar, and counter-scripture stolen from imperial catechisms. The guardsmen were dragged to them one by one. Nails were hammered through wrists, elbows, knees, and ankles. The wheels turned slowly, lifting men upside down, then sideways, then upright again as their blood ran through the grooves. They screamed prayers. Karzel wanted prayers. A prayer curdled was richer than a curse. Your hope will season the sacrifice, he told them. Your Savior will hear you. He will come because he cannot bear not to. He will find fire already waiting. A whisper moved behind his ear. It came from the shadow of his Crozius, from the demon bound in the black iron head, from a mouth that existed only when no mortal eye looked directly at it. Vulkan knew pity once. Karzel smiled. Pity is the lever by which the strong are broken. He turned to a kneeling communications thrall. The creature had once been a naval officer, before Karzel's surgeons removed everything that interfered with obedience. It looked up at him through cataract-filmed eyes. Redirect the civilian convoys fleeing the Armageddon subhives, Karzel said. Leak safe passage codes through channels the salamanders will trust. Send them toward the ash gulches east of the primary refinery belt. Draxion's helm snapped toward him. That ground is within my projected artillery saturation zone. Yes. You will clutter my kill field. I will bait the Drake into it. The civilians are irrelevant. To you, Karzel said. To him, they are chains. The warsmith stared at him for a long moment. Then he gave a curt nod. Mark their routes clearly. If your bait interferes with firing solutions, I will shell it early. Of course you will. That too was useful. The Iron Warrior did not need to believe in the ritual. He only needed to be himself. The cathedral ship trembled again, harder than before. Beyond the open nave wall, the Ur-Draga crucible moved. 1 foot descended from the construction harness. It struck the ash wastes of Cindergate's outer forge plane far below. The ground convulsed. Thousands of slaves had been driven beneath it by the dark mechanicum, packed into the mud, chained in devotional rows, so that the first step would be consecrated properly. They vanished beneath the crucible's weight. Bodies pulped into the ash. Bones burst. Blood and marrow jetted through cracks in the mud, then boiled as furnace heat rolled over them. The engine's ankle pistons locked. Its furnace heart thundered. Across the Cindergate system, sirens began to howl. Karzel raised his Crozius again, and this time every cultist, every slave, every hanging psyker, every sinner nailed to an iron wheel screamed with him. The Cinder Maw had opened. Now all it required was the Drake. Armageddon did not have weather. It had punishment. Ash fell from the sky in a grey, endless descent, thick enough to turn dawn into a rumour, and noon into a dim red wound behind the clouds. The oceans were poison, dark with chemical slicks and corpse fat from wars old enough to have become sediment. The continents were manufactoria, refineries, trench belts, hive spires and grave fields stitched together by rail lines, armoured roads and rivers of toxic runoff. Every horizon burned. Every breath tasted of promethium, hot metal, human fear, and orc spores. Lord General Cale Dravorn stood inside the command bastion of the Hive Acheron front and watched another army die. The hololithic table before him flickered beneath the tremors of distant impacts. Its machine spirit was weary. Its projection of the war front stuttered whenever the bombardment walked too close to the bastion's shielded skin. Red runes showed breaches. Amber runes showed failing positions. Green runes showed formations still able to respond to orders, though green meant little on Armageddon. A regiment could be marked combat effective with half its men dead, its officers missing, its water gone, and its ammunition reduced to bayonets and prayer. Dravorn had commanded battlefronts before. He had sent men into artillery storms. He had signed execution orders for cowards, requisitioned children into ammunition lines, and watched wounded soldiers dragged screaming beneath the tracks of friendly tanks because the advance could not halt for mercy. Armageddon made all of that feel provincial. His casualty reports were measured in millions by evening bell. The Munitorum scribes no longer gave him names, unless the dead were generals, saints, tank aces, or men whose deaths would affect the movement of supplies. Everyone else became numbers in ledgers, and then even the ledgers began to fail. Data stacks burned, Vox relays collapsed, entire muster fields vanished beneath falling wreckage from orbit. There were formations on his map that had not answered in days, but the front was so vast that no one had the aircraft to confirm whether they were dead, surrounded, still fighting, or eaten down to their boots. Outside, the orcs came laughing. Their assault rolled across the refinery districts in green, iron, and smoke. Gargants strode through the manufactorum haze like walking fortresses built by lunatics and blessed by violence. Their bellies glowed with furnace fire. Their guns were crude, enormous and effective, in the way a falling mountain was effective. One raised a rotary cannon the size of a hab tower and raked an imperial trench line until the earth fountained men, sandbags, wire, weapon teams, and shattered rockcrete into the air. Stompus lurched around its legs, vomiting rockets in wild curtains that struck everything except their intended targets, which hardly mattered because there was so much to kill. Battle wagons roared forward under banners made from scrap plates, hides, and stolen aquilas, their engines belching black smoke, their sides crammed with bellowing greenskins firing shooters into the sky. Deaf dreads bounded through shell holes, claws snapping, saws shrieking, their pilots howling with joy through crude external Vox horns. Scrap aircraft fell from the clouds in mobs, engines screaming, wings patched with iron plates, pilots laughing as anti-aircraft fire shredded them into burning junk. Storm boys came down like filthy rain. They slammed into the forward trenches on columns of smoke and unstable rockets, some landing blade first among the guardsmen, some exploding before impact, some skidding across the mud in fountains of sparks and limbs. Green bodies hit the parapets. Choppers rose and fell. Men disappeared beneath muscle, tusks, and rusted iron. Laser flashed at point-blank range. Bayonets broke on thick orc ribs. Commissars shot into melee because there was no longer any line between friend, foe, and corpse. Dravorn watched it all through a dozen picked feeds. One feed showed a basilisk park firing until counter-battery shells found it. Earthshaker guns bucked and roared under ash cover, their crews stripped to respirators and flak vests despite the toxic air. Then the world turned white. When the image cleared, the artillery park was a crater full of burning ammunition, men running without arms, and gun barrels bent like wax. Another feed showed manticores unleashing storms of rockets over the hive approaches. Their contrails crossed the sky in ragged white claws before descending into the orc mass. The explosions carved, glowing holes in the tide. The holes closed almost immediately. Another showed bane blades grinding through the ash waste, fortress tanks surrounded by Lehman Russ squadrons and mechanized infantry carriers. Their battle cannons fired until the air shook. Heavy bolters stitched red lines through charging mobs. Demolisher shells turned orc walkers inside out. Still the greenskins came. Some climbed onto the tanks and were scythed down by pintle guns. Others hammered at hatches with axes and bare fists until flame washed them away. Deathstrike missile silos opened behind the third defense belt. Dravorn had authorized them an hour earlier. He had not asked how many loyal forward companies remained inside the blast radius. The answer would only have wasted time. A priest stood near the command table, his robe stiff with ash, his face hidden behind a rebreather mask shaped like a skull. He recited the litany of refusal in a voice made mechanical by the filters. Commissar Val stood to Dravorn's right, bolt pistol in hand, greatcoat hem dark with mud. He had not sat down in nearly 2 days. His eyes were bloodshot, but his grip remained steady. That was the essential distinction between exhaustion and failure. 17th Carthax is falling back without authorization, said a Vox officer. Dravorn turned. Reason? Orc breakthrough in their rear trench. Ammunition exhaustion. Officer casualties severe. Val raised his pistol slightly. Permission to transmit sanction warning. Granted. The Commissar leaned into the Vox grill. 17th Carthax. This is Commissar Val by authority of the Officio Prefectus. Halt retreat. Reform on your colors. Any man crossing the second trench without order will be shot by rear-line discipline units. Die where you stand, or die ashamed. The reply came through as static, screaming, and the wet crunch of something enormous striking flesh. Dravorn looked back to the map. What remains in their path? Field hospital zone, ammunition carriers, refugee workers pulled from the manufactorum Habs. No heavy cover. Of course. Armageddon punished every weakness with immediate arithmetic. Before Dravorn could answer, the chamber lights dimmed. Every Vox channel screamed at once. The hololith folded inward, then expanded into a system-scale display as orbital augers dumped priority data through the command network. A Navy liaison shouted from the upper gallery. Warp translation. Multiple friendly signatures emerging high anchor. Identity codes incoming. Dravorn looked up. The picked screens changed. Above Armageddon, the void split with disciplined fire. Ships came out of the warp in battle formation. Not a ragged relief flotilla, not a desperate convoy. A crusade blade. Battle barges translated first, immense and dark, their prows marked with flame and hammer. Strike cruisers followed, flanked by escort squadrons already turning to screen against enemy torpedoes. Mechanicus forge vessels emerged behind them like red iron cathedrals chained to engines. Prometheum tankers sat at the center of the formation, guarded with the reverence other fleets reserved for saintly relics or gene vaults. The salamanders had arrived. A sound moved through the command bastion, not cheering. The men were too tired for that. It was something rougher, more dangerous, a collective intake of breath, hope entering lungs that had been breathing ash for too long. Dravorn felt it and hated it. Hope made men reckless. Hope made them disbelieve maps. A message rune pulsed on the central Vox. The operator turned pale. Command authority priority. Nocturne cipher. Primarch level. Every officer in the chamber stopped moving. Dravorn walked to the Vox himself. This is Lord General Cale Dravorn, High Vacheron front. The answer came after a heartbeat of furnace static. Hold. Only one word. It did not sound like a request. The first drop pods struck before anyone could form a response. They came down through the ash clouds trailing fire, black shapes with retro thrusters screaming against the pull of Armageddon. They hammered into the front line during the Orc breakthrough, smashing through smoke, wire, barricades and bodies. One landed directly atop a battle wagon, crushing its engine block and half the mob riding it. Another struck the mud between the retreating Carthax regiment and the field hospital zone, its impact throwing men from their feet. Hatches blew outward. Green armor emerged into the firestorm. Infernus Marines advanced in ranks, helms blackened by re-entry soot, flamers already roaring. Burning promethium washed over the nearest orcs in white-orange sheets. Greenskins vanished inside the flame, their laughter turning to wet bellows as skin blistered. Eyes burst and crude ammunition cooked off across their bodies. Aggressors strode beside them, their flame-storm gauntlets pouring twin torrents into the mobs. Every gesture from those bulky warriors became a wall of death. Land Raider Redeemers ground through the barricades behind them, tracks crushing corpses and scrap metal into the mud. Their flame cannons opened on the Orc press and cut burning tunnels through it. Eradicators deployed from repulsor transports and took firing stances amid shell bursts. Melter rifles whined, brightened, and punched sun-hot holes through stomper legs, death-dread torsos, and the armored plates of battle wagons. Scrap walkers became molten wreckage. Orc pilots cooked inside their machines, hammering at hatches that had already fused shut. Dravorn watched the battlefield turn white-orange. Then Vulkan landed, not in a pod. A Thunderhawk descended through flak, fire, and falling debris, its armor scorched, its engines howling. It came low over the broken trench line and opened its assault ramp before touching the ground. Something immense stepped from it, while the craft still hovered. The Primarch hit Armageddon like judgment given mass. He was taller than every warrior around him, broader than the myths had allowed, black-skinned beneath warplate that reflected the fires of the front. His eyes burned red through the ash. In one hand, he carried a hammer that seemed less a weapon than a verdict. Salamanders formed around him, but they did not shield him. They followed the road he made. The orcs saw him. Of all the creatures in the galaxy, Dravorn thought, only orcs could look upon a returned son of the Emperor and feel uncomplicated delight. They roared toward him. "Big Humi," one bellowed, its voice audible even through the picked feed. "Big Humi, big fight." Vulkan met them without haste. The first knob reached him swinging a chain axe made from tank teeth. Vulkan's hammer came across in a short arc. The orc's head burst, not broke, burst. Skull, tusks, brain and metal jaw plates detonated outward in a spray of green matter and bone fragments. The body took 2 more steps before collapsing. Another leapt at his back. Vulkan caught it by the throat without turning and drove it into the ground hard enough to fold its spine. A third struck his breastplate with a power claw. Sparks flew. Vulkan seized the claw's housing, crushed the mechanism, and punched his hammer into the orc's chest. The creature's armor became a bowl of green paste, splintered ribs, and ruptured organs. They swarmed him because orcs understood size and challenge. He broke them because he understood war. Around him, the salamanders advanced with controlled savagery. Bolters cracked, flamers roared, multi-melters reduced orc walkers to incandescent skeletons. Thunderhammers smashed bodies into trenches. Power swords carved through thick muscle and crude armor. Every meter gained was marked by burning corpses and spore ash. Dravorn forced himself away from awe. "Patch me to the Carthax line." The Vox officer obeyed. The picked feed from the retreating regiment shook wildly. Men were running through ash mud, some without rifles, some carrying wounded, some simply fleeing with the blind animal panic of soldiers who had seen too many friends butchered too close. Then Vulkan appeared before them. How he reached them so quickly, Dravorn could not tell. Primarchs made mockery of distance in the way artillery made mockery of courage. The Carthax survivors skidded to a halt. Commissar Val leaned close to the picked feed, his bolt pistol lowering by a fraction. Vulkan stood between the fleeing men and the field hospital zone. Behind him, wounded guardsmen lay on stretchers beneath torn canvas, medici orderlies working with blood-slick hands, ammunition carriers dragging crates toward guns already nearly dry. Behind them were men who could not run, and men whose duty required them not to. The Carthax regiment stared at the Primarch like condemned souls before the throne. He did not slaughter them. Dravorn had expected it. Some part of him had expected the simple, brutal clarity of example. A Primarch killing cowards with his own hands. Men would understand that. Vulkan did not raise his hammer. He looked upon them, ash settling across his armor, orc blood steaming at his feet. "Behind you are men who cannot run," he said. "In front of you are beasts that must not pass. Choose." The words carried through the Vox. They entered the command bastion, the trench channels, the hospital Vox horns, the helmet feeds of every officer patched into the line. A Carthax soldier fell to his knees, not in worship, in exhaustion. His sergeant hauled him up by the collar and shoved his laser gun back into his hands. The regiment turned, not all at once, not cleanly. Men were not machines. Some sobbed, some cursed, some vomited into their masks. But they turned, they reformed around torn colors, and half-empty ammunition crates. Commissars arrived expecting to shoot, and instead found men walking back toward the orcs with dead eyes and fixed bayonets. Dravon looked at Val. The commissar's face was unreadable. "He did not punish fear," Dravon said. "No," Val replied. "He punished abandonment." On the eastern flank, the refinery district fell. Orcs had taken the outer processing stacks, and the picked feeds showed them capering atop Prometheum towers, tearing workers apart, firing guns into the air, carving glyphs into fuel tanks with reckless glee. Imperial dead lay everywhere. Salamander's scouts confirmed spore saturation, orc wounded, contaminated corpses, and mobs still flooding through the lower pipeworks. A Salamander's captain requested assault clearance to retake the district. Vulkan denied it. His voice came over the command net, calm and absolute. "Open the flood channels." Dravon stared at the map. "Flood channels?" A Mechanicus engine seer answered in a burst of frightened data cant before translating. "Refinery district emergency purge system. Prometheum released through ground-level drainage and pressure ducts. Ignition would compromise all structures within the zone. Imperial survivors? Unknown." Vulkan heard them. Of course he heard them. "Open the channels," he repeated. "There will be no spores left to seed the ash, no wounded beast left to rise, no corpse left for plague or witchcraft. Sterilize it." The order moved. Somewhere in the refinery district, ancient valves opened with screams of rust and machine pain. Prometheum poured through ducts, gutters, overflow trenches, and ruptured pipeways. It ran around orc boots. It filled shell holes. It spread beneath damaged tanks and through rooms where wounded men lay too weak to crawl. Orcs sniffed the air and laughed, some dipping hands into the fuel, some firing wildly because fire was funny, until it became judgment. Ignition came from orbit. A lance of white light touched the district. The refinery became a sun. Hive Acheron's command bastion shook so hard that men fell from their stations. Picked feeds died one by one, each consumed by flame. The hololith showed the district as a blossom of heat. Towers ruptured, storage tanks lifted from their foundations and burst. Streets became rivers of burning fuel. Orcs ran as living pyres, their laughter becoming screams, then steam. Spores died in the air. Vehicles melted into the roads. Imperial dead, orc dead, wounded, contaminated, hidden, faithful, faithless, all were reduced to ash in the same purifying fire. There was no attempt to reclaim the district, only to deny it. Dravon gripped the edge of the table until his fingers hurt. How many loyal personnel were inside? No one answered. That was answer enough. Vulkan's icon advanced beyond the trench line, pushing into the Manufactorum ruins with salamanders, Carthax survivors, Steel Legion armor, and Redeemer tanks in his wake. The orc assault buckled. For the first time in days, the map showed green pushing red backward. Then the world opened. Iron Warriors' guns hidden in the Manufactorum ruins fired as one. The first volcano cannon beam carved through a Land Raider Redeemer and the squad beside it. The tank vanished in a white spear of heat, armor turning liquid, crew reduced to steam inside their seats. The beam continued into the trench beyond and erased a platoon of guardsmen so completely that the piked feed showed only shadows burned onto mud. Earthshaker batteries thundered from concealed pits beneath collapsed hab. Stacks. Corrupted macro shells came down trailing black smoke and screaming faces in the warheads. They detonated among salamanders, guard and orcs alike. A shell burst near an aggressor squad and tore 3 warriors apart, ceramite cracking open, limbs cartwheeling through fire. Another landed in the orc press and turned hundreds into green mist, scrap iron and raining teeth. A third struck a Lehman Russ squadron, flipping tanks like toys, crews burning as they crawled from hatches. The battle became a 3-way massacre. Orcs cheered because the explosions were large. Guardsmen died because there was nowhere to hide. Salamanders advanced because Vulkan had not ordered them to stop. Iron Warriors' fire walked with obscene precision. Every muzzle flash vanished behind smoke, then fired again from another angle. Siegecraft hidden under false ruins opened armored shutters. Havocs fired from manufactorum skeletons. Lascannons found officers. Autocannons shredded infantry. Heavy bolters cut men in half at the waist. The ash mud became a churning mess of blood, oil, orc flesh, and shattered armor. Dravorn's command net exploded into overlapping voices. Forward companies pinned. Redeemer column burning. Enemy guns under void baffling. Orcs in the shell craters. Medicae stations hit. Salamanders still advancing. Coordinates uncertain. By the throne, they are firing through their own allies. Of course they were. Iron Warriors did not care what died in the equation, if the result held. Dravorn looked at Vulkan's icon. It stood at the center of the bombardment. A picked feed returned for 3 seconds, cracked and smeared by interference. It showed the Primarch amid falling shells, covered in ash, orc blood, and the pulverized remains of men who had been too close to him when the bombardment began. His armor was scorched. One pauldron burned. A lesser being would have been hidden by smoke and debris. Vulkan stood visible because the fire bent around him. An orc charged through the bombardment, laughing, half its face missing. Vulkan killed it without looking, hammering it into the mud so hard its torso burst across his greaves. A macro shell landed close enough to throw a squad of guardsmen from their feet. Vulkan remained standing. Shrapnel rang from his armor. Blood ran from one crack in the plate and hissed to steam. He turned his head toward the manufactorum ruins, toward the hidden Iron Warriors' guns. The Vox went silent as his command authority overrode the panic. "Mark every muzzle flash," Vulkan said, "then bury them under their own fortresses." Adrax Agatoni heard the offensive before he saw it. It came through the soles of his boots, through the deck of the Land Raider Redeemer, through the iron bones of the war machine and into the marrow of his transhuman body. Engines grinding, tracks screaming, ammunition feeds clattering, bolters cycling in their housings, melter capacitors whining toward lethal charge, servo motors growling under the burden of armor and wrath. Outside, Armageddon shook beneath artillery, and the ash wastes answered in kind, coughing up ancient poison, bone dust, and the black powder of wars too old to have names. He stood in the assault bay, with Malleus Noctum Mag locked across his back and his hand resting against the inner hull. The machine spirit was angry. Good. Wrath made iron obedient when properly honored. Around him, salamanders waited in the red gloom. Blade Guard veterans stood with storm shields locked to their forearms, power swords resting point down between their boots. Aggressors flexed gauntleted fists, flame projectors purring beneath their wrists. Eradicators checked melter coils with the reverence of priests handling relic bones. Assault intercessors whispered battle oaths through sealed helms. Terminators in heavy plate stood deeper in the hold, too massive for impatience, each warrior a walking bastion of green ceramite, black pauldrons, and furnace light. No one spoke without purpose. That was the way of Nocturne. The Vox carried the wider war in broken fragments. Guard regiments bracing across the ash lines. Mechanicus signal choirs releasing interference hymns into the enemy targeting webs. Titan Legio engines walking from their landers, each step a seismic declaration. Void shields crawling with lightning beneath the toxic sky. Baneblade companies forming armored fists in the low gullies. Lehman Russ squadrons grinding forward through mud made from ash, oil, and human remains. Basilisks and manticores firing from the rear until their barrels glowed and their crews bled from the ears. Thunderhawks roaring overhead in attack formation. Drop pods screaming down through flak and smoke like meteors with hatred inside. And above it all, the Primarch. Vulkan's voice came through the command channel with furnace calm. The guard holds. The Legio breaks the shields. The Mechanicus blinds the guns. The Sons of Nocturne breach. Once inside, the enemy loses distance. At blade length, their fortress becomes their coffin. Lord General Dravorn answered through static thick enough to sound like sand poured over bone. My lord, the Carthax and Hellbrant lines are already below half strength. The Valnorn armor is immobilized in the western sludge fields. If the Iron Warriors shift fire against the infantry center, the line will not hold. It will hold, Vulkan said. My lord, with respect, it is collapsing. No, said Vulkan. It is absorbing the enemy's attention. The transport hold went colder, despite the heat. Adrax felt several warriors turn their helms by fractions, not surprise. Salamanders did not flinch at brutal truth. But there were truths that landed like hammer blows, even among the sons of Vulkan. Dravorn's reply came after a silence. Those are loyal men. Yes, Vulkan said, and because they hold, the hive still breathes. Because they bleed, we may strike. Because they die where ordered, Armageddon may yet live. No one answered him. Adrax closed his fist around the haft of Malleus Noctum. He had led men into death. He had watched brothers fall. He had ordered flame into tunnels where loyal screams might still have hidden beneath Xenos' chittering. He had no innocence to defend. Yet the Primarch's words settled inside him like molten iron poured into a mold. Vulkan was not wrong. That was the horror of it. The guard would hold. The salamanders would punch through. The enemy would be dragged onto the anvil. The Land Raiders' assault ramp warning rune changed from red to amber. "Brace!" Adrax said. The world struck them. A shell detonated close enough to throw the Redeemer sideways. The hold bucked. A mortal crewman screamed somewhere forward, cut off by the wet smack of a body hitting machinery. Warning runes crawled across the inner hatch. Track damage, outer plate scoring, flame cannon still functional. Blessed be the machine spirit. Blessed be the wrath within iron. Another impact rocked them. Then the ramp dropped. Armageddon came in screaming. Ash wind flooded the hold. It carried the stink of propellant, promethium, burned orc, ruptured bowels and scorched plasteel. Adrax stepped out into a world being murdered by mathematics. The Iron Warrior's siege belt stretched ahead in tiers of black rockcrete, adamantium teeth and buried guns. Fortress crawlers squatted beyond the forward bastions, vast tracked citadels under shimmering void shields, their cannon mouths lifting and lowering with cold precision. Bunker lines crawled across the wasteland like chains. Minefields flashed beneath the feet of running guardsmen. Radiation fog drifted between broken manufactorum stacks. Every ruin had been measured. Every approach had been ranged. Every meter belonged to the enemy until paid for. The guard paid first. Whole platoons vanished under airburst shells. One moment they were advancing in ragged lines behind chimera hulls and tank wreckage, laser guns raised, bayonets fixed, priests walking among them with chainswords and censers. The next moment the sky opened in white bursts and men came apart beneath storms of shrapnel, bodies folded at the waist, heads snapped back and disappeared in red mist. Legs ran 2 steps without torsos before collapsing. A Vox officer spun in place with half his face gone, still clutching a handset and trying to report coordinates through a mouthful of blood. A Lehman Russ squadron pushed past them, battle cannons roaring. The lead tank took a Lascanon beam through the frontal plate. Its ammunition cooked. The turret blew upward in a blossom of fire and crew meat, spinning once before crashing down through a knot of infantry. Men disappeared beneath it, their screams lost under the next barrage. The tank behind it tried to turn, struck a mine, and sank into the ash mud with its tracks. Blown off. Its crew burned alive inside, pounding on hatches that would not open, while promethium leaked from ruptured lines and filled the hull with orange light. Medici servitors crawled through the shell holes on jointed limbs, dragging survivors by whatever remained. One hauled a guardsman who had no legs and no lower body. only a torso trailing intestines through the mud. The man was still alive, his hands clawed at the ground. A priest with broken teeth and one eye hanging loose from the socket shouted prayers over him while loading a shotgun with shaking fingers. Adrax strode past them. Mercy now was victory. Victory was reached through the guns. Blade guard, shield lock, aggressors, burn lanes left and right, eradicators, target enemy hardpoints, assault squads, follow my mark, terminators to breach wait, by flame and hammer, forward. The salamanders advanced. Bolter fire cracked around them. Autocannons stitched sparks across shields. Heavy bolter rounds hammered into armor and detonated, chewing ceramite, tearing scales from pauldrons, punching through exposed joints. Havocs in the upper bunkers targeted officers first. Efficient, dispassionate. A sergeant to Adrax's left took a Lascannon through the chest, his torso vanishing in a flash of superheated armor and vaporized organs. His helm and legs dropped separately into the mud. Adrax did not stop. "Command relay passes to Brother Kalshan," he voxed. "Continue advance." Obliterators emerged from bunker mouths ahead. They crawled like diseased artillery given flesh. Their bodies were swollen with weapon growths, skin fused to iron, gun barrels pushing from shoulders, arms and ribs as though their bones had learned hatred. One lifted an arm that became a plasma cannon, while Adrax watched. Another's belly opened into a rotary maw of heavy bolters. They fired without warning. The first volley tore through the guard support wave behind the salamanders. Men burst apart in rows. A standard bearer became a red smear around a falling pole. A chimera's side opened like a peeled fruit, spilling burning infantry into the ash. A commissar stood atop a trench lip, firing his bolt pistol, until a plasma burst took his upper half away and left his boots smoking. "Eradicators," Adrax said. Melter rifles answered. The beams struck the obliterators with sun-hot fury. One monster melted from chest to spine, its fused guns drooping like wax before its ammunition ignited and blew it across the bunker mouth. Another kept firing even as its left side liquefied. Adrax reached it first. He drew Malleus Noctum and brought the thunderhammer down with both hands. The obliterator collapsed into the ground, not dead enough. Adrax struck again, cracking fused armor and meat. A third blow burst the thing's skull and gunbrain together, spraying molten fragments, blood, teeth, and brass casings across his greaves. The first bastion loomed ahead. Its gun slits spat fire. Its upper works crawled with iron warriors. Siege automata marched from its gates through radiation fog. Hunched machines with armored shoulders, chain weapons and rotary cannons hard mounted into their frames. Their optics burned dull red through the haze. They did not shout. They did not curse. They did not fear. They advanced and killed. The Mechanicus signal hymn struck then. It came as pain across the vox, a shriek of Binharic static and machine prayer. The air filled with ghost signals. Enemy target locks flickered. Macro cannons fired wide. Havoc sights stuttered. Servo turrets slewed toward false returns. Skitari cohorts in the distance marched beneath rad cloaks, their galvanic rifles flashing in cold volleys as tech priests fed disruption into the Iron Warrior's noosphere and paid for each moment in burned circuitry, ruptured implants and brains cooked inside metal skulls. Beyond the bastion, Titan weapons spoke. A loyalist god engine fired a volcano cannon into the fortress crawler shield line. The beam struck layered voids and turned the sky white. Shields flared, dimmed, flared again. A second Titan added plasma annihilator fire, the star heat rolling across the ash wastes and boiling mud into glass. Night households charged beneath the exchange, banners snapping in the furnace wind, thermal cannons and battle cannons hammering at shield nodes. The first fortress shield cracked. Vulkan's voice crossed the command net. "Breach!" Adrax ran. His brothers ran with him. Repulsors surged forward, grav plates screaming under impact stress. Impulsors burned through the haze with assault squads clinging inside. Land raiders ground into the open, flame cannons washing over trench mouths. Drop pods struck behind the first barrier, disgorging more green armor into the enemy rear. Thunderhawks came low, strafing the bastion crown with heavy bolters and missiles, until iron warriors disappeared under cascades of rockcrete and blood. Ardrax hit the bastion gate at full stride. Malleus Noctum struck the left hinge housing. The Thunderhammer's disruption field detonated. Adamantium buckled inward. The second blow tore the housing loose. The third crushed the gate seam wide enough for aggressors to bring their flame gauntlets up and pour fire through the gap. The sound inside changed. Iron warriors did not scream easily, not like mortals. Their discipline was old, hateful, and iron-hard. But flame found the meat beneath ceramite. The promethium rolled through the inner kill chamber, curling around barricades, pouring into firing recesses, licking under helmets, crawling through cracked armor seals. Traitor Vox channels filled with wet choking and static. One iron warrior staggered out of the breach with fire boiling from his grill. Ardrax met him with the hammer and drove him sideways into the wall hard enough to burst organs inside his plate. Blood sprayed from every joint and vent in a red fan. Into them, Ardrax growled. The salamanders entered the bastion. Close range stole the iron warriors' purity. Their siege lines, range tables, and firing lanes became useless in corridors choked with smoke and bodies. Blade Guard shields slammed into gunmetal armor. Power swords cut through gorgets and elbow joints. Terminators smashed down blast doors and walked into enemy fire as if into rain. Aggressors burned bunker chambers until the walls sweated fat. Eradicators fired point-blank into weapon teams, melter beams reducing torsos to steam and leaving empty armor shells glowing from within. Ardrax fought through the central passage. An iron warrior champion came at him with a chain fist, silent behind a helm marked by kill tallies. The chain fist shrieked against Malleus Noctum's haft, teeth biting sparks. Ardrax stepped inside the arc and head-butted the traitor hard enough to crack both helms. The iron warrior staggered. Ardrax drove the hammer into his knee. The leg vanished at the joint. Before the traitor fell, Ardrax struck him in the chest and smashed him backward into three of his brothers. The impact burst the champion inside his own armor, blood jetting from the waist seal and neck grill. First bastion contested, Ardrax voxed. Enemy resistance heavy. Casualties acceptable. Acceptable. The word tasted worse every time. Outside, the war shifted. The orcs had found the breach. They came howling from the north, drawn by the noise, the fire, and the promise of bodies. Mobs poured over the ash ridges, green skin blackened by soot, weapons raised, eyes bright with idiot joy. Battle wagons bounced behind them, engines screaming. Death dreads charged through shell smoke. Storm boys streaked overhead and crashed into both Imperial and traitor lines, laughing as they died. "They are flanking us," voxed Brother Kalshan. "No," Ardrax said, seeing the wider map blink across his display. "They are flanking the Iron Warriors." Vulkan had known. The green-skinned tide slammed into the exposed side of the siege belt with the force of a collapsing hive. Iron Warriors' guns pivoted, murdering orcs in sheets. Orcs climbed the walls anyway, hacking at gun ports, stuffing grenades into vents, ripping wounded traitors apart with their hands. The siege line became a brawl. The enemy's clean geometry dissolved under green madness. Then Vulkan lit the ground. Buried promethium pipelines beneath the ash wastes opened and ignited. For one impossible heartbeat, the world inhaled. Then the ground rose in fire. The explosion rolled beneath both armies, lifting tanks, orcs, traitors, bunker plates, trenches, mines, corpses, and burning fuel into the air. Battle wagons spun end over end, mobs still clinging to them. Iron warriors disappeared inside sheets of orange-white flame. A fortress crawler track assembly blew apart, each link tumbling like a falling wall. Orcs burned laughing until their lungs cooked. Traitors died without sound. Armor glowing red as they were hurled into their own barricades. Imperial dead rose too, lifted from the mud by the blast, reduced to silhouettes before becoming ash. The shock wave hammered the bastion. Adrax braced against a cracked support pillar as fire roared through murder holes and broken vents. One of his aggressors was thrown across the chamber and impaled on a length of rebar through the abdomen. The warrior hauled himself free, intestines steaming against his armor, and kept firing until a tech marine dragged him back by the gorget. Adrax looked through the shattered wall at the battlefield beyond. He saw it then. Not a battle, a forge. The guard were the anvil, taking the blows. The salamanders were the hammer, striking where the metal glowed. The mechanicus were the bellows, feeding distortion into the enemy machine. The titans were the furnace roar. The orcs were fuel and force both, their stupidity shaped into a weapon, because Vulkan had judged where it would break most usefully. Even loyal blood had its place in the design. Nothing wasted, not enemy arrogance, not greenskin hunger, not the lives of men who would never know why they had been ordered to stand. The vox crackled. A new voice entered the command net, cold, iron, and amused by nothing. Vulkan of Nocturne. The fighting seemed to recede around the name. I am Warsmith Draxion Cord of the Iron Warriors. I have measured your advance. I have mapped your heat signature, your stride, your reaction intervals, your reinforcement cadence, and the rate at which your sons die to preserve your momentum. You are not myth. You are mass. You are targetable. You will be reduced to measurable remains. For a moment, only artillery answered. Then Vulkan spoke. Your mistake, Warsmith, is thinking war is arithmetic. Draxion's reply was immediate. Arithmetic kills. So does fire. Adrax saw new runes ignite on his tactical display, orbital assets shifting, Nocturne fleet authorization, Munitorum restricted payloads unlocked by Primarch command. Magma bombs, said a tech marine nearby, voice almost reverent. Adrax looked through the bastion wound toward the Iron Warriors' rear line. The sky opened behind them, not with lance fire, not with shells, with falling suns. The magma bombs descended from orbit, wrapped in ablative fire, immense penetrator warheads designed to strike through crust, bunker, shield-weakened hardpoints, and buried command layers before vomiting contained tectonic fury into the earth. The first struck behind the Iron Warriors' siege belt and vanished underground. A heartbeat later, the rear line convulsed. Molten rock erupted upward in fountains. Bastions split from below. Trenches became glowing rivers. Ammunition vaults detonated in chains. Retreat corridors collapsed into flame. A second bomb struck near a fortress crawler attempting to reverse. The ground beneath it liquefied. Its void shield flickered, failed, and the entire machine tilted into a pit of rising magma. Its guns fired wildly as it sank, murdering Iron Warriors and Orcs alike, before its reactor core ruptured beneath the molten surface. The Iron Warriors were cut off. Adrax drove deeper into the bastion. The enemy fought harder now, not with panic, with the hatred of cornered siege masters denied retreat. They sealed doors, detonated corridors, vented rad gas, collapsed ceilings, and fired through their own wounded to slow the salamanders by seconds. Every chamber cost blood. Every stairwell became a grave. Brother Kalshan died holding a junction. His shield cracked, his left arm gone, his helm torn open to reveal half a face still snarling as a grenade bundle detonated against his chest. 3 more salamanders fell, clearing a gun shrine. A Terminator was dragged down by servo automata and cut apart joint by joint before Adrax reached him and smashed the machines into scrap. At last, the bastion heart fell. Adrax stood amid the command chamber ruin, Malleus Noctum dripping blood, oil and pieces of Iron Warrior flesh. The walls were blackened. The floor was knee-deep in shattered armor, spent casings and bodies. A surviving traitor officer, tried to crawl toward a detonator with one hand, the other arm missing at the shoulder. Adrax put a boot on his spine and crushed down until bone cracked. Then he brought the hammer down and ended him. "First bastion taken," he voxed. Across the network, similar reports came. Through. Second bastion burning. Fortress shields failing. Eastern crawler immobilized. Western artillery pits overrun. Iron warriors rear line cut. Orc pressure uncontrolled. Guard center reduced but holding. Reduced, holding. The words did not belong together, yet Armageddon made them kin. Adrax emerged from the bastion into the ashlight. The siege belt was broken. The cost lay behind him in layers. Imperial dead carpeted the ground from the trench lines to the breach. Guardsmen lay in heaps where airburst shells had harvested them. Tank crews hung charred from open hatches. Priests slumped over corpses they had been blessing when shrapnel found them. Medicae servitors crawled among the dying, cutting, sealing, dragging, sometimes pausing to administer mercy through needle, saw, or bolt pistol when their logic engines found no route to survival. Salamanders knelt beside fallen brothers, taking gene seed where they could, burning what could not be recovered. Orcs still fought in pockets, bellowing amid the smoke. Iron warriors died behind their own walls, trapped between flame and hammer. Vulkan stood beyond the breach. Ash fell around him. Blood steamed on his armor. The glow of the magma ruptures painted him in hellish red. Men cheered when they saw him, though many were too wounded to raise their heads. Some lifted laser guns. Some made the sign of the Aquila. Some simply wept into the mud because the line had held and they were alive enough to hate the miracle. Adrax approached and stopped at his Primarch's side. He wanted to see triumph there, not joy, never joy, but some mark that the cost had purchased satisfaction, some ember of pride for the sons who had done as commanded, for the mortal soldiers who had stood beneath annihilation, for the enemy fortress cracked open and burning. Vulkan looked over the battlefield as a smith looked over metal not yet properly shaped. No triumph. Only calculation. "Reform the spearhead," the Primarch said. "The second belt will not make the same mistakes." Adrax bowed his helm. "As you command, Father." Behind them, the guard continued to die where they had been ordered to stand. The Auspex ghosts moved like the dead refusing burial. They flickered across Haystan's retinal display in pale green threads, vanishing whenever the kill team stopped, and returning whenever the underhive breathed. Mass movement, heat blooms, heartbeat clusters, vox echoes, human density where no loyal evacuation route should have existed. Thousands of signatures crawling beneath the active front of Hive Acheron, deeper than the guard command maps admitted, deeper than the Mechanicus schematic ghosts could explain, far below the furnace roads and ammunition lifts and manufactorum arteries that fed the war above. Hive Acheron's underlevels swallowed sound. The tunnels were ancient, wet, and lightless, their ceilings low enough in places that even a power-armored warrior had to bow his helm beneath hanging pipes and sagging support ribs. Chemical runoff sweated from the walls in oily sheets. Old blood came with it, black and brown where it seeped through cracked rockcrete, red where the latest war had reopened ancient wounds. The floor was not mud, not entirely. It was ash paste, machine oil, corpse matter, sump water, rust dust, and powdered bone pressed into a slick grey filth by generations of boots, claws, tracks, and crawling things. Histan led from the front, with the spear of Vulkan angled low in his right hand. The weapon's blade gave no light. He was grateful for that. Light down here was invitation. Behind him came the fire drakes, their terminator plates scraping against the tunnel walls in showers of sparks. Brother Apothecary Dactor walked among them, Narthesium folded, Reductor sanctified, helm lenses shifting from life sign rune to contagion rune and back again. Brother Apothecary Valak carried a flamer in addition to his gene seed tools, a practical blasphemy only the Sons of Nocturne would consider reverent. Brother Epistolary Koresh followed with his force, stave gripped in both hands, psychic hood whispering with cold fire. Aggressors brought the rear, flame-storm gauntlets idle but hungry. Mortal serf guides moved between the giants like shadows, trying not to be crushed, their faces hidden behind ash masks, their hands shaking around lumen rods and old hive keys. No one spoke on the open vox. The underhive listened. He stopped at a junction where old imperial aquila tiles had been hacked from the walls and replaced with plates of bone. Not carved bone, not shaped with tools. Broken ribs, thigh bones, jaw bones, skull fragments, pinned into wet mortar and packed around rusted cable bundles. Some still had meat on them. Some had parchment scripture nailed through them. Some bore the mark of the eightfold star burned in with acid. Koresh halted beside him. "The air is wrong," the librarian said over a tight channel. He looked down the left passage. It sloped toward darkness, and the Auspec's ghosts thickened there. "Warp pressure?" "Pain," Koresh answered. "Pain given pattern, pattern given hunger." A serf guide made the sign of the Aquila, with fingers too thin for the gesture to look strong. Histan turned his helm slightly. "You know this way?" The serf swallowed behind his mask. "Old Hab's spine, Lord. Collapsed before my father's father was born. No one lives below the black cisterns. Something does." The serf did not answer.
Remember, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support helps.
They descended. The tunnel widened after several hundred paces, opening into a forgotten transit artery large enough to carry bulk haulers in ages past. Now it carried bodies, thousands of them. They filled the darkness ahead in ranks, lines, heaps, and hanging cages. Men in worker rags, men in guard fatigue remnants, men stripped of clothing and marked with ash scripture, men wired upright into machines made from stolen manufacturing presses, organ pipes, prayer wheels, and spinal columns. Copper nails pierced their wrists, elbows, throats, and skulls. Cables ran from their mouths into chanting engines that pumped their agony through vox horns shaped from femurs and brass. Their voices rose in a single droning note that made Haystan's teeth ache inside his skull. Above them, beneath the foundations of Hive Acheron, reality had begun to open. The breach was not a hole. A hole would have been honest. This was a wound in the air, thin and vertical, pulsing above a cathedral floor assembled from broken hab blocks, bone scaffolds, and stolen forge machinery. It shimmered with colors the eye was not meant to carry. Every pulse drew a scream from the prisoners wired into the engines. Every scream widened it by the breadth of a blade. Word-bearers had built a cathedral of meat under the hive. Histan felt old rage rise, hot and clean, then forced it down before it became wasteful. "Loyal signatures among the captives," Dacta voxed. "Many. Contamination markers uncertain." "Rules of engagement," said one of the fire drakes. Histan looked across the chamber. Civilians were everywhere. Not merely prisoners. Shields, bait. Some hung from gantries. Some crawled in chains across the floor. Some were packed into cages around the ritual machines, their faces pressed between bars, eyes wide in the gloom. Others had been left loose, stumbling in circles, muttering prayers, hands bound with wire so tight their fingers were swollen black. Any flame awash could kill dozens. Any bolter burst could tear through bodies the salamanders had sworn to protect. That was the cruelty of the trap. It used their nature as a weapon. "Bolters disciplined," Histan ordered. "Flame only on my mark. Apothecaries screen what can be screened. Fire drakes take the engine line. Aggressors hold rear choke. Koresh, veil us until the enemy commits." The librarian bowed his helm. "Into darkness, Flame." The kill team advanced. The first prisoners saw them and began to weep. Some reached out, some fell to their knees, some tried to crawl away, and their chains cut through ankle flesh down to bone. Stan ignored the hands grabbing at his greaves because looking down would slow him. He hated that. He hated the knowledge that mercy demanded speed more than touch. A man in a torn refinery smock staggered toward him. His face was blistered by chemical burns. His lips had been stitched with black thread and torn open again. "My lord," the man rasped. "They put things in us." Daktor was there before Hastan answered. The apothecary's narthecium clicked, Auspec's needles stabbing the air around the man's chest. The rune flashed black. "Step back," Daktor said. The man's ribs moved, not with breath, with something crawling under them. Stan raised his spear. The man looked down at his own chest. "I can feel it. Praying." His torso split from jaw to pelvis. The skin opened like rotten cloth. The ribs unfolded outward with a wet crack, and a demon thing spilled from the cavity in ropes of black intestine and translucent limbs. It had too many eyes and no true head. It came out screaming in the man's voice. Daktor shot it. The bolt shell struck at arm's length and detonated. The creature burst across Hestan's armor in hot black slime, tooth fragments, and pieces of the man it had hollowed out from within. The chamber answered. Possessed cultists rose from among the prisoners. Some had been kneeling. Some had been pretending to pray. Some had been hanging limp in cages until the killing began. Now their bodies bent backward, arms lengthening, jaws cracking wide, spines pushing through skin in jagged ridges. Hex brands ignited beneath their flesh. Men who had begged for rescue a heartbeat before hurled themselves at the salamanders with knives made from bone, mining tools, hidden grenades and fingernails ripped back to expose blackened claws. "Contact," Stan voxed. "Close, all sides." Bolters spoke in the dark. The sound was thunder trapped in a tomb. Mass reactive shells detonated cultists at point-blank range, blowing torsos open, bursting skulls, shredding limbs, and painting the bone scaffolds in red spray. Fire drakes advanced through the press, like walking fortress gates, storm shields smashing bodies aside, thunder hammers pulping possessed men into ruin. One cultist leapt onto a Terminator's back and drove a hooked blade into a neck seal. The fire drake reached back, seized the man by the skull, and crushed until brain matter jetted between his fingers. No one cheered, no one cursed. There were too many captives mixed among the damned. A prisoner ran toward the aggressors with both hands raised. "Help me!" he screamed. "By the throne! Help me!" His chest ticked. Not a heartbeat, a mechanism. "Bomb!" Valak warned. Stan fired before the man crossed the final pace. The spear's beam punched through the prisoner's sternum and cooked the hex charge hidden inside his ribcage. The body burst outward in a contained flash. Organs, shrapnel, and black wax blasting across the floor. A surf guide behind Hastan caught a fragment through the throat. He fell without a sound, blood pumping over the fingers clutching at his ruined neck. More came, some with bombs, some with larvae, some innocent, some too terrified to obey, shouted warnings, some already dead but still moving under demonic impulse. Every choice became murder, shaped like judgment. Karesh raised his force stave and spoke a word that hurt the air. A cluster of possessed men froze mid-lunge, their shadows pinned behind them in the wrong direction. Salamander bolters took them apart before the psychic binding failed. The librarian staggered afterward, blood running from his nose grill. "Breach widening," he warned. "Seconds, not minutes." Stan looked to the engine line. The primary ritual machine stood at the center of the cathedral, a tower of stolen pistons, bone pipes, and chained psychers. Each psycher had been flayed from scalp to waist. Their exposed nerves were threaded into copper stringers. Their screams turned the wheels. Their pain pulled the breach open. "Fire drakes," Stan said. "With me." They pushed forward. The first word-bearers revealed themselves from behind the engine tower. They came in red armor lacquered with scripture and dried blood, helms crowned with horned iron. Their leader carried a crozius, whose head burned with a black flame that seemed to drink the light around it. Lesser cult priests followed, dragging chains attached to prisoners whose throats had been cut in careful, shallow lines so that they would not die too quickly. "Little relic bearer," the word bearer called, "you come to save what we have already made useful." Histan did not answer with words. He charged. The spear of Vulkan took the first cult priest through the chest and pinned him to the engine tower. Heat flared down the shaft. The priest cooked around the blade, fat popping, eyes boiling white, mouth opening in a scream that became steam. A fire drake smashed another priest flat with a thunderhammer, leaving little but robes, shattered bones, and a red burst across the floor. The word-bearers fired into their own prisoners to slow the salamanders. Bolter. Shells tore through chained men and detonated among the advancing fire drakes. Captives came apart in sprays of blood and bone. A salamander took a shell through the gorget and dropped to one knee, his throat a crater of red meat, but rose again and broke the shooter with his shield. Histan reached the first engine control pillar. Charges. A surf guide ran forward with a melter charge hugged to his chest. He was shaking so hard the device rattled against his armor vest. He reached the pillar, looked back once, and disappeared as a possessed cultist fell from above and drove both clawed hands into his shoulders. The creature bit through his mask and tore half his face away. Histan impaled the thing through the spine and hurled it into the wall. The melter charge hit the floor. Daktor scooped it up and slapped it against the pillar. Armed. The air split open behind them with emerald fire. Teleportation thunder rolled through the cathedral. Every helm display flared white, then corrected. The prisoners screamed harder. The word-bearers fell back instinctively, not from discipline, but from an older fear. Vulkan stood in the heart of the chamber. He had not been summoned. Histan had not called him. The Primarch had come because he had seen the shape of the trap before it closed. His armor was blackened from the war above, scarred by artillery, streaked with orc blood and ash. His hammer rested in one hand. Firelight bent toward him, as though flame recognized command. "Separate the unmarked if they can move," Vulkan said. "Mark the infected, destroy the engines." No greeting, no blessing, only order. The chamber changed around his voice. Salamanders shifted with renewed purpose. Aggressors advanced in short bursts now, flame washing only where Vulkan pointed, burning possessed clusters without touching the nearest captives by inches. Apothecaries moved faster, screening with brutal efficiency: green rune, drag away; black rune, bolt pistol; green rune, drag away; black rune, knife through the brainstem. No explanations, no time. A chain blade jammed on bone near the western scaffold. A salamander tore it free with a wrenching motion, spraying marrow and meat across his gauntlet, then used the dead cultist as a shield against a hex bomb blast. Bolters detonated bodies at touching distance. Flamers filled tunnels with burning fat smoke. Prisoners choked on the fumes. Demon things half born from their hosts screamed as Prometheum found their slick new skin and shriveled them into twitching knots. Histan saw the breach widen. Beyond it was not a place. It was appetite. Shapes pressed from the other side. Horns, hands, faces without faces. A cathedral inverted in an impossible sky. The ritual machine pulsed, fed by every death, every scream, every impossible choice. "There are loyal men nearest the breach," Histan voxed. "I need more time." Vulkan was beside him before the next breath. "No." The word struck harder than the artillery above. Histan turned. "Father, they are chained to the lower frame. We can cut them loose." "You cannot cut them loose before the gate opens." "I can try." "That is what the enemy wants." Histan looked at the prisoners, men in guard coats, forge workers, ash miners, hive laborers. Some were still praying to the Emperor. Some were praying to Vulkan. That was worst of all. "Give me 1 minute," Histan said. Vulkan's eyes burned into him. 1 minute opens the gate. Histan gripped the spear tighter. Then I will hold it. No, Vulkan said again. You will live with this. He shoved Histan aside, not violently by Primarch measure. By any other measure, it was like being struck by a tank. Histan crashed through a bone rail and hit the floor hard enough to crack rockcrete. Warning runes flared across his display. He rolled, already rising, already knowing he would be too late. Vulkan advanced into the center of the ritual. The word-bearer leader laughed, though there was terror in it now. Yes, come, Father of Fire, come and choose. Vulkan's hammer fell. The primary engine broke, not simply shattered, broke in every meaning. Its pistons burst, its bone pipes snapped, its chained psychers died as the feedback cooked their brains inside their skulls. The tower collapsed inward, screaming through every vox horn, spilling blood, oil, copper wire, and burning nerve fiber across the cathedral floor. The breach shuddered, but did not close. Vulkan turned his helm slightly. Flood the chamber. For half a heartbeat, Histan thought he had misheard. Then the Prometheus-linked purge servitors obeyed through the hive's ancient promethium arteries. Nozzles opened in the walls. Ruptured pipes began to shriek. Burning fuel poured into the cathedral from above, below, and every side passage. It came as mist first, then rain, then roaring streams. It soaked bone scaffolds, prisoners, cultists, word-bearers, machines, corpses, chains, prayer wheels, and the feet of the salamanders still fighting within the marked radius. "Withdraw!" Histan ordered, voice breaking into a snarl. "All brothers withdraw!" Some could not. The ignition came from Vulkan's hammer. Fire filled the world. Thousands died in the first breath. Cultists became torches. Prisoners screamed as promethium clung to skin and hair and cloth. Infected bodies split open, spilling demonic larvae that burned like black worms in the fuel wash. Word-bearers fired until the heat cooked ammunition in their magazines and burst their weapons in their hands. Priests clawed at their own melting faces. Bone scaffolds collapsed, dropping chained men into rivers of flame. Half-born demons shrieked from the breach and caught fire before they fully entered reality. The salamanders retreated through it because they were sons of Nocturne, and their armor had been made for hell. Even so, some fell. A fire drake, already wounded, vanished beneath burning captives who clutched at him in blind agony. He did not throw them off. He kept moving until his armor locked, then triggered his own grenade pack when possessed things crawled over the pile. The blast punched a hole through the inferno and threw pieces of everyone outward. Histan stood at the edge of the fire and watched Vulkan inside it. The Primarch did not move away. He watched the dead burn. Histan's throat tightened until his words came like broken stone. There were loyal men in there. Yes. We killed them. Yes. The answer was not denial. That made it worse. Vulkan turned his head, red eyes visible through the flame. Mercy given to corruption is cruelty to the living. Something walked through the fire toward him. It wore the shape of the word-bearer leader, but that shape was failing. Armor peeled from it in red curls. Its face had melted away, revealing a grin of black bone and warp light. Karzael Vorn spoke through the host body with a voice made of many throats, some laughing, some weeping. "Look at you," the Dark Apostle said. "Not Savior, not Father, not gentle Drake of childish memory. The Imperium did not need your mercy. It needed this, a butcher with a father's face." Vulkan faced him. He did not deny it. Karzael spread burning arms. "How quickly you remembered what the Emperor made you to be." Vulkan crossed the chamber. The Dark Apostle raised his Crozius, and the breach behind him flared wide, vomiting hands of smoke and claw. Vulkan walked through them. Warp fire crawled over his armor. Demonic talons scored sparks from his plate. He reached Karzael and struck once. The hammer blow shattered the host body from shoulder to hip. Armor, bone, meat, and scripture exploded outward. The Crozius spun away, still laughing. Karzael's physical shell collapsed into the burning promethium as a heap of twitching red ruin. But his spirit fled. Histan saw it as a black shape peeling itself from the corpse, thin as smoke, sharp as a hook. It slipped backward into the wound above the broken engine. Koresh shouted a banishing word and hurled psychic fire after it, but the breach swallowed both spirit and flame. Karzael's laughter remained after he was gone. Then the breach sealed to a scar and vanished. The cathedral burned lower by degrees. There were no screams left, only the crackle of fuel, the collapse of bone frames, the wet popping of corpses, and the hiss of cooling metal. The floor had become a field of black shapes. Some were traitors, some were infected, some were loyal captives too near the wound when Vulkan made his choice. In death, the fire had made them equal. That was not justice, it was merely what remained. Histan stood among them, armor scorched, spear lowered, unable to count what had been saved and what had been murdered by necessity. His helm display showed surviving captives being dragged from the outer tunnels. Hundreds, perhaps more, men coughing black smoke through burned throats, men with green purity marks from the apothecaries, men who would live because thousands had not. He wanted that to comfort him. It did not. Vulkan walked past, hammer black with soot, eyes still bright as coals beneath a mountain. "Remember them," the Primarch said. Histan looked at the charred dead. Then Vulkan added, "Then reload." The Macragge's honor had been built to carry war across the stars, but on that night it carried ghosts. Rabut Gilliman stood alone at the center of the strategium while the flagship's hull sang beneath the pressure of the warp. The chamber was vast, circular, cold, and filled with layered light. Hololithic constellations drifted above black marble. Strategic projections hung like wounded stars in the air. Every world burning under Imperial seal glowed red. Every supply artery flickered amber. Every lost astropathic route vanished into black. The galaxy lay before him as a dying body opened for surgery. He had spent decades trying to keep that body alive with knives, ledgers, armies, and lies, told only because truth was too large to carry. He had written decrees that condemned worlds in order to save sectors. He had broken corrupt officials beneath the weight of law. He had sent crusades into darkness, knowing many would not return, because retreat was only death made slower. He had seen the Imperium as it was, not as it claimed to be, and still he had forced himself to serve it. Now another of his brothers had returned. That should have been a blessing. Gilliman had lived long enough to distrust blessings. The communion circle was active around him. Warding pylons of silver, black iron, and psychically inert stone had been raised at the chamber's cardinal points. Hexagrammic seals glowed across the floor. Servo skulls drifted with censers, burning corpse starch incense and anti-demonic compounds. Tech priests stood beyond the inner ring, their mechadendrites sunk into relay thrones and data altars, chanting Binharic litanies to calm machine spirits terrified by the signal burden. Astropaths knelt in 3 concentric circles, blind eyes turned upward, mouths sewn with gold wire until the moment of transmission. None of them expected to survive the ritual. No single location was safe enough for 3 returned sons of the Emperor to meet. Terror was too watched, Nocturne too newly blooded, the dark beyond the rift too hungry. The flagship was shielded, warded, moving, and surrounded by warships ready to die before allowing anything through. It would have to suffice. A vox priest intoned from the outer dais. "Communion alignment approaching stability, Lord Commander." "How many lost?" The priest hesitated. 7 astropaths have expired. 4 more are bleeding thought patterns into the warding net. Their handlers request permission to sever them before contamination spreads. Granted. There were 4 muffled bolt pistol shots beyond the veil of incense. Gilliman did not close his eyes. Mercy was often loud in the Imperium. The air darkened. The first presence entered as a pressure of forests, old stone, cold iron, and hunting darkness. Lion L. Johnson manifested to Gilliman's left in a shimmer of green-black light, his outline fractured by distance and psychic storm. He looked like a knight carved from shadow, hooded, armored, his features stern and pale beneath the distortion. His hand rested near a blade that was not truly present, yet somehow seemed capable of cutting the chamber if drawn. The second presence arrived as heat. Vulkan appeared opposite him. The hololithic image did not diminish him. If anything, the distortion made him more terrible. Red eyes burned through the signal. His skin was volcanic black, his armor scarred by Nocturne, Armageddon, and decisions no brother could yet fully measure. Flame ghosts clung to his outline. Where the lion brought the dark of the forest, and Gilliman brought the cold order of empire, Vulkan brought the forge. For a moment, none of them spoke. 3 sons of the Emperor stood together in a chamber full of dying psychers, and the galaxy did not become kinder for it. Gilliman raised his hand. The grand map unfolded. Worlds multiplied around them. Segmente, crusade routes, refugee flows, hive, fleets, orc empire blooms, demon world expansions, forge world output collapses, navy attrition projections, astropathic blind zones, imperial tithe failures, Adeptus Astartes deployment stretched into threads too thin to hold, Mechanicus enclaves demanding protection while withholding production. The Nachman corridor flickering like a torn artery. Imperium Nihilus drowning behind broken routes and failing beacons. Tyrannid pressure gnawing across the galactic rim and stabbing deeper with every devoured biosphere. Chaos war fleets gathering around wounds that had never closed. Orc migrations spreading in great green storms wherever imperial exhaustion left room for violence. "This is mankind," Gilliman said. "Not as prayer names it, not as terror proclaims it. This is the Imperium as it bleeds." The lion studied the map in silence. Vulkan did not look away. "Our forces are overextended," Gilliman continued. "The Indomitus Crusade stabilized what it could, not what it should have. Imperial tithes are unstable across hundreds of sectors. Ammunition worlds have gone silent. Forge worlds produce below requirement or hide behind doctrinal obstruction. Orc empires are feeding on our weakness. Tyrannid splinter fleets are consuming the worlds we cannot reinforce. Chaos does not need to conquer everything. It only needs to keep us reacting until the structure fails." He let the map rotate, showing Armageddon and Cindergate marked in furnace red. "Your return changes every equation. It must be folded into command before it tears the existing structure apart." Vulkan's eyes lifted from the map to Gilliman. "Stabilization is not survival." Gilliman felt the words before he answered. "It is the condition that permits survival." "No. It is the lie men tell when they are afraid to cut rot from the bone." The lion's image remained still, but Gilliman felt his attention sharpen. Vulkan stepped closer to the projected galaxy. "This Imperium has preserved corruption for 10,000 years, because corruption wore the right seals. Governors fed workers into impossible quotas and called it duty. Cardinals fattened themselves, while shrine worlds starved and called it devotion. Forge lords buried weapons that could have saved armies and called it sanctity. Commanders spent regiments to protect reputations and called it sacrifice. You ask me to stabilize that." "I ask you," Gilliman said, voice hardening, "to understand that tearing out every diseased organ at once kills the patient. The patient is already dying. Then reckless surgery kills it faster." Vulkan's expression did not change. That restraint irritated Gilliman more than anger would have. Vulkan had always possessed a patience that could feel like judgment when turned upon another. The lion finally spoke. "Name your alternative." Vulkan moved one hand through the map. Worlds flared in ash-colored light. The Pyre Doctrine. Identify systems too corrupted to reclaim. Evacuate what can be saved. Extract skilled labor, gene stock, loyal military formations, sacred archives, functional industry if time permits. Then burn the rest so thoroughly that chaos gains no altar, orcs gain no spores, tyrannids gain no biomass, and traitors inherit only glass. A tech priest beyond the wards clicked in involuntary alarm before silencing himself. Gilliman stared at the burning markers. Strategically valid. Vulkan inclined his head. Politically catastrophic, Gilliman finished. Politics is why the rot lasted. That is too simple. No, Vulkan said. It is simple. It is not easy. The lion's gaze moved across the map. There is value in the doctrine, applied correctly. Gilliman looked to him. You would support burning entire systems? I would support killing the hand that holds the knife, the lion said. Traitor leadership, demon engines, war fleets, apostles, warsmiths, synapse beasts, war bosses, remove the heads, break command, leave the enemy thrashing. Decapitation is not enough, Vulkan said. Not when whole manufactoria have become ritual engines. Not when populations are seeded with scrap code, warp pox, xenos spores or obedience collars. Not when hive cities are turned into sacrifices before the first gunship arrives. A commander can be slain. A corrupted world still feeds the enemy. The lion's face tightened. Some commanders are the corruption. And some wars must end in ash, not surrender. The chamber trembled as another astropath died. Blood ran across one of the warding grooves, immediately boiled away by the sigils there. Gilliman watched the steam rise between them. You speak as if loyalty can survive this, he said. You will ask worlds to trust you, while you mark other worlds for fire. You will fracture already fragile faith. Every governor will wonder whether the salamanders come as shield or executioner. Every regiment will hear that the Drake Father burns his own when necessity demands it. False loyalty is already fractured, Vulkan replied. It merely hides behind banners. He gestured, and new data appeared. Names, worlds, administratum seals, munitorum requisition logs, evacuation denials, production quotas maintained while civilian shelters were emptied of air, guard formations ordered to hold doomed lines because withdrawal would expose noble estates, forge overseers abandoning labor districts to save plasma reactors reserved for private contracts, ecclesiarchal prelates declaring plague survivors holy martyrs until their bodies birthed demons in crowded basilicas. Vulkan named them one by one. Each name fell like a hammer strike. These men prayed correctly, Vulkan said. They signed the proper forms. They sent tithes when watched. They praised the throne while feeding the helpless into machines and calling the noise industry. Such men are traitors by deed, even if their lips know every hymn. Gilliman had no defense for them. That did not make Vulkan's conclusion safe. You cannot personally judge every sinner in the Imperium, Gilliman said. No, but I can make examples large enough that others remember fear. The lion's eyes narrowed with something close to approval. Gilliman saw it and felt old frustration tighten in his chest, not because the lion was wrong, because in the dark age they inhabited, he might be right. Gilliman dismissed the lesser data with a cut of his hand. Do you still see humanity as worth saving? The question changed the chamber. The lion looked at him sharply. Vulkan became very still. Gilliman held his brother's gaze. Answer plainly, not as symbol, not as Primarch, as Vulkan. The forge light around Vulkan dimmed, then deepened. I see humanity more clearly than ever, he said. Terrified, exploited, starved, brutalized by enemies without and masters within, taught to worship pain because comfort was stolen from them, told to die gratefully by men who have never stood in the breach. I see them in the manufacturing worker with burned hands, who still gives his water ration to a child. I see them in the guardsman who reloads while vomiting from fear. I see them in the serf who seals a bulkhead, knowing his family is on the other side because the ship must live. His voice lowered. They are worth every drop of Primarch blood. That is why I will be cruel to anything that preys on them. For a while, only the machines spoke. Guilliman wanted to reject the answer. It would have been easier if Vulkan had returned broken in a way he could name. Mad, fanatical, lost to grief, too gentle for the age, too wrathful for command. But this was worse. Vulkan's compassion had not died. It had hardened. It had become something edged and blackened, a mercy that had learned to kill without trembling. The lion turned toward Vulkan. "What do you want?" Vulkan's answer came without hesitation. No throne, no regency, no worship, no crown, no priests fattening themselves on my name, no statues while worlds burn. "Then what?" the lion asked. "Permission to make a road of fire through the enemy's throat." The lion almost smiled. Almost. Guilliman did not. "Permission," Guilliman said carefully, "is not license without limit." "Then speak the limits." Guilliman looked to the map. He had prepared legal frameworks, military constraints, doctrinal exceptions, thresholds of authority. He had written 3 versions and discarded each as either too weak to matter or too rigid to survive first contact with necessity. Vulkan would not be bound by parchment if the battlefield demanded flame. Guilliman knew that, because he himself had broken parchment under the same pressure. Still, law had to exist, even where it bled. You will receive limited autonomous crusade authority under emergency sanction. The campaign will be designated a strategic purification and interdiction effort until further review. Exterminatus grade weapons require confirmation from my office unless warp breach conditions exceed delay tolerance. Civilian evacuation must be attempted where feasible. Worlds capable of recovery are not to be destroyed for convenience. Imperial command structures are to be corrected, not annihilated, unless treason by deed is proven. Vulkan listened. "Accepted," he said. Too easily. Guilliman heard the unspoken clause. "Accepted until necessity proves otherwise." The lion heard it too. His silence gave nothing away. Guilliman continued. "You will provide casualty rolls. You will provide justification for system denial. You will not permit the ecclesiarchy to turn your campaign into a cult. I have already told them to load their guns." "Yes," Guilliman said. "They are trying to make a hymn of it." Vulkan's expression darkened. "Then correct them. I spend much of my life correcting men determined to misunderstand salvation." The lion gave a quiet sound that might have been amusement or contempt. With him, there was often little distinction. The communion began to fail. The air thickened with frost and heat at once. Astropaths collapsed in the outer rings, some dead, some clawing at their own faces, as the pressure of 3 Primarch souls across impossible distance broke what remained of their minds. Tech priests chanted emergency shutdown rites. The warding pylons flickered. Somewhere within the ship, alarms began to sound. The lion's image faded first. "I will send you what I find beyond the rift," he said to Vulkan. "There are heads worth taking." "Send them," Vulkan replied. To Guilliman, the lion said only, "Do not cage him too tightly." "If I could cage my brothers," Guilliman said, "history would be shorter." The lion vanished. Vulkan remained a moment longer, his burning eyes fixed on Guilliman. "You fear I will go too far." "Yes. You fear I will not go far enough?" Guilliman did not answer. Vulkan nodded, as if that silence was confirmation. "Then we understand one another." The forge light collapsed. Vulkan was gone. The chamber returned to the sound of dying men and overworked machines. Gilliman stood alone while Medici servitors entered the communion circle to remove the astropaths who had survived badly. One still whispered Vulkan's name through a mouthful of blood. Another repeated coordinates to a world already dead. A third laughed until a handler placed a mercy round through his skull. The grand map remained. New campaign markers ignited across 3 sectors: Armageddon, Cindergate, the broken approaches to the Nachmund corridor, Forge moons under suspicion, refugee routes marked as bait risks, Orc Empire vectors, Iron Warriors, siege concentrations, Word-bearers pilgrimage fleets, systems marked for evacuation assessment, systems marked for denial, systems marked with a black flame rune Gilliman had not authorized, but understood immediately. The Imperium had gained another Primarch. Gilliman looked at the burning markers and felt no triumph. Vulkan would save worlds. He would make examples of others. And in the age they had inherited, mankind might learn to cheer both. Cindergate had been built to murder the future. Warsmith Draxion Cord stood within the highest command bastion of the Central Forge world and watched the system turn beneath his guns. He did not see beauty in it. Beauty was a weakness of flesh and poets. He saw structure, mass, resource, trajectory, fire lane, shield overlap, ammunition depth, heat bloom, pressure tolerance, and probable collapse point. The system was a fortress because he had made it one. Furnace moons orbited the primary forge world like chained war beasts, their surfaces cracked open by mining wounds and venting red light into the void. Slave forges crawled across their continents, each one a wound of smokestacks, conveyor pits and punishment yards. Orbital foundries circled the inner gravity wells in black rings, their manufacturing arms reaching into space like the ribs of dead gods. Demon engine yards drifted between them, half dock, half slaughterhouse, where iron was beaten into shape around screaming things that had never been born. The forge world itself was called Cindergate by those who still cared for names. Draxion cared only that it held. Void shields wrapped it in layered spheres of force, each veil anchored by subterranean reactors and sacrificial engines buried deep enough to survive lesser planetary bombardment. Macro cannon belts circled the equator. Lance silos hid beneath retracting adamantium plates. Scrap code storms crawled through the upper atmosphere, confusing augurs, poisoning Auspex returns, and whispering blasphemous equations into loyalist machine spirits. Around the capital forge continents, Iron Warriors' fortress rings locked into one another with the patience of tectonic plates. A lesser commander would have called it impregnable. Draxion had never used that word. Nothing was impregnable. Everything had a breaking point. His task was to ensure the enemy reached his first. The hololithic projection before him showed Vulkan as a moving calculation. Expected stride length, estimated acceleration under fire, armor thermal tolerance, hammer reach, known salamander's aggression patterns, preference for civilian preservation under constrained conditions, likely refusal to abandon visible loyal populations, probability of personal intervention when symbolic stakes were high, probability of orbital restraint if slave processing zones remained within blast radius, probable teleport vectors, probable Thunderhawk insertion corridors, probable armored breakthrough points, probable zones where the 18th Legion's sons would choose flame over speed. Draxion had no use for Kazael's sermons. The Dark Apostle spoke of myth, pity, gods, and sacrifice. He mistook noise for force. He believed the warp cared for poetry. Perhaps it did. That did not make poetry a weapon one could trust when the shelling began. Vulkan was not a god. He was mass. He was heat. He was a command asset with emotional liabilities and abnormal resilience. He could be baited, bracketed, and reduced. Draxion magnified the kill zones again. He had adjusted them for Primarch stride rather than Astartes advance. The artillery arcs overlapped in nested layers, each calibrated for delay, not immediate destruction. Vulkan would survive initial contact. That was expected. The point was not to kill him with the first guns. The point was to teach him where he was allowed to move, then punish the route he chose once he believed he had chosen it freely. "Void contact," reported a Helot officer from the lower command pit. The man's voice shook. Draxion made a note to have him replaced if the battle lasted beyond the opening phase. Numbers. Imperial translation signatures increasing across the outer furnace moon line. Navy battleships, Salamanders strike cruisers, Mechanicus arc vessels, Lance escorts, troop carriers, Prometheum haulers under heavy guard. Draxion watched the void map bloom with hostile icons. At last. The Imperial assault began without speech, without challenge, without honor duels or warning prayers. That, Draxion admitted, spoke well of Guilliman's influence or Vulkan's impatience. The void around Cindergate became a killing field. Navy battleships advanced in line abreast, prows armored, gun decks blazing. Their macro batteries fired in rolling broadsides that shook the darkness between worlds. Salamander's strike cruisers drove harder, using the larger vessels as moving bastions before breaking formation to launch boarding torpedoes and Thunderhawk wings at the outer foundries. Mechanicus arc vessels came behind in solemn procession, red hulls lit by reactor glow, their weapon choirs chanting Binharic wrath as lance beams reached through the void. Draxion's outer guns answered. Furnace moon batteries fired from beneath crushed shutters. Macro shells crossed the void in clouds of iron. Lance fire speared through escort ships and left burning wounds from prow to stern. A loyalist frigate took a direct strike to its plasma heart and became a silent white flower, its wreckage spreading across the orbital plane. Another ship cracked open amidships, and Draxion watched magnified pict feeds as thousands of crewmen were vented into vacuum. They came out in glittering streams, limbs flailing, blood freezing into red crystals that spread across space like devotional dust. Boarding torpedoes punched into one of his orbital foundries. He allowed it. The foundry's inner decks had already been seeded with phosphex residues, murder servitors, and false pressure. Seals. Loyalist boarders would take 3 corridors quickly, believe momentum favored them, then choke inside burning green fog while the foundry's reactors overloaded. Draxion marked the projection and moved on. A shell struck his command bastion's upper void layer. The shield flared blue-black across the sky beyond the observation slit. The bastion did not tremble. It had been built by iron warriors, not by praying fools. "Enemy landing waves entering atmosphere," said the Helot officer. Draxion shifted the projection to the surface. Cindergate's continents were already burning. Imperial landers descended through toxic rain and scrap code interference. Skitarii cohorts emerged first beneath crackling rad shields, red robes whipping in furnace wind, galvanic rifles locked forward, their metal feet marching through chemical sludge without pause. They came with onager walkers, Scorpius transports, Cataphron battle servitors, and tech priests whose noospheric hymns struck at the corrupted network like knives of cold light. Astra Militarum armies followed in massed landings so vast they changed the shape of the horizon. Dropships vomited infantry into continent-sized beachheads. Lehman Russ squadrons deployed by the hundreds. Baneblade companies rumbled from heavy lifters, their engines growling like caged cities. Artillery parks assembled under fire, basilisks and manticores, laying down counter-barrages before their stabilizers were fully sunk into the mud. Commissars, priests, and field officers drove men into formation amid raining ash and falling debris from the void war above. Night households strode into the forge valleys. Their banners snapped beneath poisonous wind. Thermal cannons burned, battle cannons roared, Reaper chainswords hung ready at their sides like executioner blades. Behind them walked the Titans. Draxion watched the god engines through narrowed lenses. Warlords and reavers advanced behind rolling void shields, each one a cathedral given legs and a hatred for traitors. Volcano cannons lifted. Plasma annihilators brightened. Apocalypse missile racks opened like iron flowers. Their war horns sounded across the forge plains, deep enough to rattle teeth in mortal skulls miles away. His own engines answered. Demon engines crawled from the slag ravines, brass claws scraping sparks from stone, furnace mouths vomiting black fire. Corrupted knights emerged from hangar catacombs, heraldry defaced, throne pilots fused into their command cradles by years of communion with hungry machine spirits. Artillery towers rose from beneath the ash, each one a fortress column bristling with guns. Obliterator cults shambled out of bunker shrines, weapon flesh swelling and splitting as barrels grew from meat. Hellbrutes lumbered forward, sarcophagi howling with imprisoned hatred. Slave armies were driven ahead of all of them beneath pain collars. Millions of shaven-headed bodies with laslocks, mining saws, rusted blades and explosive harnesses. The battlefield became what Draxion had designed it to be. Industrial hell. Molten rivers ran through trenches cut by tectonic drills. Toxic rain hissed against armor. Vox channels screamed with scrap code, catechisms, artillery calls, death reports, machine cant, and the mad laughter of demons trapped in hulls. Clouds of ash rolled across the plains, and much of that ash had been men an hour before. A priority intercept flashed, Vulkan's command voice. Slave processing zones, Theta, Marrow, and Black Crucible are to be marked for later extraction. Main advance does not divert. All forces maintain pressure toward the Crucible yards. Draxion felt the faintest stir of interest. Another voice answered. Vulkan Hestan, by identification markers. Father, there are living prisoners in those zones. Auspex reads tens of thousands chained to the exterior yards alone. Marked for later extraction, Vulkan replied. If the enemy culls them when we pass, they die watching us abandon them. If we stop, the Ur-Drag awakes while we are counting chains. Continue. There was no immediate reply. Draxion almost respected that. Vulkan was willing to spend agony, not waste it. Spend it. There was a difference. A commander who understood expenditure was more dangerous than one who sought glory. Almost. Route his main body into primary depth trap, Draxion ordered. Delay Salamander's spearheads at Kappa 9, collapse secondary, bridges behind them. Keep slave zones visible on all civilian bands. I want his sons hearing the screaming while they advance. Compliance, said the Helot. On the surface, Adrax Agatone led the breach into Foundry Bastion Kappa 9. Draxion watched through fortress eyes as the salamanders struck the outer doors. Eradicators advanced under storm shield cover and fired melter rifles into the bunker gate until adamantium glowed, sagged, and ran like wax. Aggressors followed, flamestorm gauntlets pouring fire through the opening before the breach was fully formed. Mutant infantry packed in the vestibule burned, screaming, their bodies swelling, splitting, and collapsing into heaps of charred meat. Some tried to flee backward into the inner corridors and were trampled by iron warriors moving forward, with bolters leveled. Blade Guard veterans entered next. They fought in corridors slick with oil and blood. Power swords carved through gunmetal plate. Storm shields caught heavy bolter fire at distances too close for mortal survival. Iron warriors met them without theatrics, firing, falling back, sealing doors, detonating floor charges, forcing the salamanders to pay for every chamber in armor and flesh. One room became a meat locker of shattered ceramite and cooked bodies when salamander's flame met leaking promethium lines. Another vanished under a graviton pulse that crushed every living thing inside into the floor, loyalist, traitor, and slave alike, reducing bones to powder and armor to flattened shells. Adrax kept coming. Good. Draxion had not expected less. Surface trap readiness. Primary crust charges armed, said a Warsmith adjutant. Graviton mines synchronized. Conversion beamers concealed. Magma pressure exceeds required threshold. Enemy armor columns entering designated grid. Draxion looked at the map. The Imperial spearhead had pushed far enough. "Open the crust." Cindergate obeyed. Across the forge plain, kilometers of ground split apart. It did not crack naturally. It opened in straight lines, engineered wounds exposing the furnace underworld beneath the battlefield. Graviton mines detonated first, their pressure waves dragging tanks down as if gravity had become a fist. Lehman Russ hulls slammed belly first into the mud, tracks snapping, crews crushed against restraint harnesses. Bane blades lurched, engines roaring, as the ground beneath them sagged into molten trenches. One super heavy fired its main cannon as it fell, the shell vanishing harmlessly into the smoke before the tank tipped forward and disappeared beneath liquid metal. Its crew channel lasted several seconds, full of prayers, screaming, and the sound of men cooking inside sealed armor. Conversion beamers fired from hidden emplacements. Their beams cut through the haze and struck Imperial engines at range. A knight's shield failed under converging fire, and its left leg vanished in a burst of impossible light. It toppled sideways, crushing 2 companies of guardsmen beneath its collapsing mass. Men ran from the impact, many already burning. Flak armor fused to their skin. Some made it several paces before their legs folded. Others fell into the molten cracks and vanished without time to scream. Magma charges erupted behind the first wave. The battlefield became a furnace trap. Guardsmen burned in sheets. Tanks sank. Skitarii marched onward until heat cooked their organic remnants, and their machine legs carried dead bodies 3 more steps. Priests ran through flame holding icons aloft, their robes on fire, their voices breaking as their lungs filled with superheated ash. Medici servitors dragged torso-only survivors from the edge of molten trenches and were themselves swallowed when the ground collapsed under their tracks. Draxion watched for Vulkan. There. The Primarch moved into the trap deliberately, not through ignorance. Draxion saw it at once. Vulkan angled toward the heaviest guns, placing himself in the center of the calculated fire web, drawing Lascanon locks, plasma arcs and siege cannon trajectories away from the main breach where Agatone's forces still fought through Kappa 9. "Concentrate," Draxion said. The guns obeyed. Lascanons hammered Vulkan from multiple elevations. Each beam struck with armor, killing force, leaving black scars and glowing wounds across his war plate. Plasma culverins poured starfire over him, the impacts bursting in white-blue spheres that swallowed his outline and painted the ash around him into glass. Autocannons walked shells across his legs and torso. Missile salvos struck and vanished in flame. He kept advancing. Draxion leaned closer to the projection. A corrupted knight moved to intercept, its heraldry long since hidden beneath chains, flayed banners and molten scripture. Its pilot had become one with the throne, a swollen thing of nerve cables and hatred, screaming through the engine's vox horn as it charged. Its Reaper chainsword came down into Vulkan's side, teeth shrieking, sparks and blood tearing from the impact. For one moment, the blade held. Draxion's data spirits marked penetration. Significant, not fatal. Vulkan gripped the chainsword with one hand. The knight tried to wrench it free. Vulkan tore it out himself. The weapon came loose in a spray of blood, sparks and torn armor. Vulkan held the Reaper blade long enough to drag the knight off balance, then dropped it and began climbing. He climbed the knight's torso under fire. Its secondary weapons hammered him. Heavy stubbers sparked against his armor. A thermal cannon fired too close and scorched its own carapace as Vulkan hauled himself upward by armor plates and chainwork. The night pilot's scream became frantic. Draxion heard it across the intercepted vox, a wet, merged thing of man, machine and demon, suddenly understanding height, did not make it safe. Vulkan reached the cockpit. His hammer struck. The first blow crushed the sarcophagus plate inward. The second split the throne housing. The third went through. The pilot did not die as a warrior. It died as contents. Meat, black fluid, cables, Bone chips and throne fluid burst from the ruptured cockpit and sprayed across the knight's chest. The engine staggered, arms flailing, then collapsed backward into one of the molten trenches, dragging screaming machine spirits down into fire. The Primarch stood on its falling carcass until the last moment, then stepped clear. Draxion did not move for several seconds. Around Vulkan, the trap continued killing. Imperial armor burned, guardsmen died by the thousand. Salamanders fell in ones and squads, which mattered more. Kappa 9 was breached, but not without cost. The slave zones remained unliberated. The Draga crucible still gained time. By every rational measurement, Draxion's battle plan functioned, yet the central variable refused proper definition. Vulkan was not reacting as a target. He was shaping the fire by entering it. A target sought survival. Vulkan sought placement. A target could be killed when enough force converged. Vulkan made convergence itself serve his offensive. Draxion looked again at the equation he had built. Heat, mass, speed, resilience, morale impact, emotional leverage, kill zone probability, shell expenditure, all insufficient, not wrong, insufficient. The realization did not frighten him. Iron Warriors did not name calculation adjustment as fear. But something cold moved behind his ribs, something old and unwelcome. Vulkan could not be treated as a target. He was a battlefield condition, like gravity, like fire, like the inevitable collapse of a fortress already judged unworthy. The heart forge of Cindergate beat like a second sun, buried beneath a world that deserved to die. Vulkan descended through the wound his sons had cut into the forge continent, down through strata of iron, slag, bone ash, and corrupted machine stone. The passage shook with each step of the thing awakening below. It was not a tunnel so much as a throat, ribbed with pipes large enough to swallow battle tanks, slick with condensed furnace runoff, lined with cables that pulsed like exposed veins. The air burned. It tasted of copper, hot oil, fear, ozone, and cooked flesh. Every breath would have killed a mortal man. Every heartbeat brought him deeper into the enemy's temple. He walked alone at first, not because his sons had failed him. They were still fighting above, across gantries and slag bridges, through bunker gates and engine shrines, against iron warriors who died without pleading, against mutant hordes that died screaming, against demon engines that took too long to stop moving after their cores were cracked. He walked alone because some thresholds did not admit armies. Some places were built for a single judgment. Below him, the Draga crucible woke. He heard it before he saw it, not as sound, as appetite. A vast furnace breathing in prisoners, chains running over wheels, flesh dragged across metal, psychers screaming with their nerves wired into brass trees. The wet chop and grind of bodies fed into industrial mouths, demon engines chanting in machine code, men praying to the Emperor, to Vulkan, to forgotten household gods, to anyone, anything, nothing. The prayers were taken by the heat and rendered into pressure. The pressure fed the wound fed the machine. He reached the final gate. It had been made from the front plates of dead titans, welded together with bronze scripture and sealed by 8 bound priests whose bodies had been fused into the locking mechanisms. They were still alive. Their skin had dried to black parchment over exposed ribs. Their eyes had been replaced with furnace coals. Their mouths opened as Vulkan approached, and from all 8 came the same voice. Kneel. Vulkan lifted his hammer. The gate opened before he struck. Fear could be more obedient than steel. The chamber beyond was not a forge. It was a continent turned inside out. The heart forge stretched farther than sight could honestly hold, a cavern beneath the world lit by molten rivers and reactor suns. Catwalks crossed empty air in stacked layers. Chains hung from the darkness above in curtains of black iron, each chain holding bodies, ammunition hoppers, prayer bells, cages, cranes, or flensed machine parts. Furnace towers rose like hive spires, their mouths open and screaming. Conveyor belts fed prisoners toward grinder altars. Servo cranes lifted cage loads of men and tipped them into intake pits, where teeth of iron and bone rotated lazily, as if savoring each body. At the center stood the Ur-Draga crucible. Colossal did not contain it. It was a walking cathedral furnace, built from brass ribs, adamantium plates, bone scaffolds, and stolen god engine armor. Its legs were sunk into the heart-forged floor, each one braced by pistons the size of hab towers. Its torso was a shrine of screaming mouths, each furnace more, shaped like a saint's reliquary, defaced by demon craft. Chained psychers hung across its crown in hundreds, perhaps thousands, their skulls pierced by copper antlers, their nerves braided into cables that ran down into the engine's core. Their mouths were open, and no two screams were the same. The lower decks were filled with slaves, millions. Vulkan saw them in tiers, in pens, in chains, in cages, in conveyor lines, in pressure lifts, in slave reservoirs dug into the foundations. Men packed so tightly that the dead could not fall. Men with pain collars fused into their throats. Men marked by brands of the dark mechanicum. Men whose eyes were gone from smoke, and whose hands were worn to bone from labor. Some reached toward him as he entered, some tried to kneel, some simply stared, too ruined to understand salvation or doom. Vulkan remembered them, all of them. Not their names, not yet, but their number, their faces, the shape of their suffering. He let it enter him because to refuse witness was the first indulgence of tyrants. The crucible spoke. Every furnace mouth opened at once. Vulkan! The voice was Khazael Vaughn's, multiplied through steel throats, demon bellies and burning psychers. It came from above, below, behind, inside the walls, inside the flames. Drake Father, Butcher Father, son of the corpse on terror, you came through the fire as I knew you would. Vulkan walked forward. A demon-bound priest scuttled toward him from the left, its lower body replaced with brass spider limbs, its hands holding a censer filled with eyes. It shrieked a blessing to the pantheon and raised a hooked blade. Vulkan caught the priest by the face and crushed. The skull gave way inside his grip. Bone folded. Burning eyes burst between his fingers. The priest's body spasmed, brass legs scraping madly at the floor, before Vulkan threw it aside hard enough to break it against a pipe wall. "No sermons," Vulkan said. The crucible laughed with 1,000 mouths. The heart forge answered with war. Above and beyond the cavern's open vaults, titans dueled across the horizon of the underground continent. Their silhouettes moved beyond smoke and molten rain, god engines firing through the shattered ceiling apertures where the battle had broken the world's crust. Loyalist warlords hurled sunbeams into corrupted engines. Traitor engines answered with plasma, quake shells and weapons that screamed in the warp as they fired. Void shields burst like dying stars. A Reaver Titan lost its head in a flash of white light, and the command princeps within died, still linked to the engine's pain, his final scream rolling through the new sphere like a cathedral bell dropped into a grave. Knights fought nearer the crucible's outer gantries. Imperial war machines strode through rivers of slag, thermal cannons burning, chains wards chewing through demon hulls. Corrupted knights answered with howling reaper blades and warp fire. Vulkan saw one loyal knight torn open by 2 demon engines shaped like brass wolves. They ripped through its carapace, dragged the pilot's throne out in a shower of cables and blood, and fought over the screaming thing inside until a Salamander's melter team reduced all 3 machines to molten ruin. Salamander's Terminators advanced through molten rain on the western approach. Their armor steamed and blackened, but they did not slow. They fought in shielded knots, thunderhammers and chain fists, breaking demon automata apart piece by piece. Guardsmen died in heaps around ammunition shrines, passing shells hand to hand through fire because the guns behind them still lived. Priests with their faces burned away kept screaming litanies through exposed teeth. Mechanicus adepts chanted Binharic hymns as scrap code peeled them open from within, their augmetics turning against them, mechadendrites slicing into their own bodies while they continued to transmit jamming cant through vox grills full of blood. Karzael's voice rolled over it all. I can show you the Imperium reforged. No weakness, no waste, no frightened governors, no starving hives, no sons dying because lesser men lie. Kneel, and I will give you fire without grief. The furnace mouths opened wider. In the flames, images formed, worlds saved, hive cities standing, Nocturne untouched by invasion, Armageddon free of orcs, Cindergate clean, its forges roaring for mankind, Guilliman smiling without exhaustion, the lion sheathing his blade, Histan alive, centuries hence, Tushan unburdened, salamanders walking among civilians who did not scream. Vulkan struck the nearest furnace mouth with his hammer. The vision shattered into sparks and teeth. Lies are easy when made of what men desire. Truth, then, Karzael hissed. You will kill them. The slaves below, the prisoners in the lower decks, the men who prayed for you, the men who saw you come and thought the fire meant rescue. Vulkan looked toward the slave tiers. They were watching him. He could hear them over the war, not individually, as a human ocean, hope, terror, confusion. Some called him Lord, some called him Father, some called for the Emperor, some begged him not to leave them in the machine. He opened the command vox. All friendly elements, withdraw from the crucible's immediate radius, fall back to black ash perimeter, mark and move, no delay. The reply channels filled instantly. Adrax. Acknowledged. Pulling breach squads back. A Mechanicus Magos. Withdrawal pathway contested. Casualty forecast severe. Dravorn's distant voice ragged with static. Guard formations cannot disengage cleanly. Then they disengage uncleanly, Vulkan said. Move. Histan's voice cut through. Closer, harsher. Father. Vulkan did not answer at once. He watched the primary core beneath the crucible's sternum. It pulsed in time with the breach forming above it. Not open yet. Soon. Histan arrived through smoke and falling sparks. Armor scorched, spear in hand. Helm cracked along one cheek. 2 fire drakes came with him, one missing an arm, the other leaking blood from the waist. They stopped at the edge of the central platform. You are going to overload the Heart Forge, Histan said. Yes. The lower decks are full. Yes. Millions. Yes. Histan's grip tightened on the spear. We marked them for later extraction. If the crucible wakes fully, there is no later. We have breach teams. We can cut the upper pens. We can save some. Some, Vulkan said. And while we do, the engine opens the artery. Histan stepped closer. They are not numbers. Vulkan turned on him then, and the heat in his gaze made even the fire drakes shift. Do you believe I do not know that? The words struck with no roar behind them. They did not need one. Vulkan pointed his hammer toward the crucible. If this machine wakes, it consumes Cindergate, then Armageddon, then the Nocturne route, then every convoy, every refuge world, every forge lane, and every hive tied to those arteries. It will become a road for the warp into Imperial space. Millions in those decks are already inside its teeth. Trillions beyond them are not. Histan said nothing. Vulkan lowered his hammer. They are dead by the enemy's deed. We decide only whether their deaths end here, or become the first note in a greater slaughter. That does not make it clean. No, Vulkan said. It makes it necessary. The platform shook. Iron doors burst open across the far wall, and Draxion Cord entered the Heart Forge. The Warsmith came in a corrupted siege exoskeleton, a walking engine of gunmetal, piston muscle, and brutal function. It doubled his height and widened him into a fortress shape, its legs braced like artillery supports, its arms ending in servo claws, chain weapons, and siege drills. Ammunition feeds ran from his back into floating hoppers. Targeting lenses crowned his helm in a halo of cold red optics. Behind him advanced iron warriors, terminators in hazard-marked plate, demon-bound automata, and gun servitors whose faces had been replaced by weapon muzzles. "Vulkan," Draxion said. "Now there is no symbol, no hololith, no myth between us." Vulkan faced him. "I have adjusted the equation," Draxion continued. "You are resilient beyond projection. Your pain tolerance exceeds useful averages. Your emotional liabilities are weaponized rather than exploitable in conventional sequence. Revised conclusion remains acceptable." He raised a siege claw. "You bleed, therefore you end." The iron warriors fired. Vulkan moved into the storm. Lascanon beams struck his chest and shoulders, burning fresh channels through already damaged plate. Plasma washed over him in white-blue bursts, searing armor, blackening flesh beneath cracked seals. Autocannon shells hammered against his legs. A crack missile struck his side and detonated hard enough to stagger him half a step. Terminators advanced behind the barrage, firing with mechanical patience. Vulkan reached the first automaton and crushed its head with his hammer. A demon-bound blade punched into his thigh from the left. He broke the wielder's arm at the elbow, tore the weapon free, and drove it through the machine's own core. It screamed in binary and warped tongue as it died. Draxion charged. The exoskeleton hit like a fortress wall. A servo claw clamped around Vulkan's shoulder and bit through armor. A siege drill screamed toward his abdomen. Vulkan caught it in his free hand, the rotating teeth chewing into his palm, blood hissing as it struck the hot floor. He headbutted the warsmith's iron helm hard enough to crack one lens, then took a chain weapon across the ribs that tore a strip of armor away and opened flesh beneath. Heastan and the fire drakes tried to intervene. Iron warriors' terminators blocked them. The platform became a grinding knot of close combat. Thunderhammers struck cataphracti plate. Chain fists bit storm shields. Bolters fired at touching distance, detonating inside armor, spraying blood and fragments of lungs through vents. One fire drake smashed an iron warrior down, only for a demon automaton to impale him through the back and lift him from the floor. He broke the impaling limb with both hands before dying, and Heastan's spear took the machine through its skull. Draxion forced Vulkan back 2 steps. "Measured," the warsmith said. "Reduced." His servo claw punched into Vulkan's breastplate and tore downward. Armor cracked. Blood ran in black-red sheets, sizzling when it hit the furnace floor. Vulkan looked down at the wound, then at Draxion. The warsmith understood one heartbeat too late. Vulkan caught the servo claw. He tore the entire armature out of the exoskeleton's shoulder. Not cut, not broke, tore. Pistons screamed. Cables snapped. Hydraulic blood sprayed across them both. Draxion's body jerked inside the frame as the shock fed through his spine plugs. Vulkan drove forward before the warsmith could compensate. His hammer struck the exoskeleton's chest and caved the front plate inward. Draxion's breath burst through his Vox grill in a wet metallic bark. Another blow. The siege frame cracked open. Another. The warsmith's internal armor split, exposing blood, augmetics, fused ribs, and the black cabling of his life support systems. Vulkan seized him by the torso and slammed him against the crucible wall. The surface behind Draxion glowed orange with furnace heat. His armor began to soften immediately. Draxion tried to speak. "Material fails." "Yes," Vulkan said. He held him there. The warsmith's armor melted around him like a coffin. First the outer frame sagged, then the inner plates fused. Draxion's arms spasmed uselessly in the softened metal. His helm lenses cracked. Flesh cooked inside iron. Vulkan kept one hand pressed against his chest, pinning him to the wall until the warsmith's body and warplate became a single blackened shape, welded into the crucible's skin. Draxion died without screaming. Vulkan respected him enough not to pretend that mattered. Then the crucible woke further. Khazael stopped laughing. He entered the machine completely. Every furnace mouth split open. Demons poured out half-formed, birthed in flame and screaming metal. Some had wings of chain, some had hands made from hooks, some wore the faces of the prisoners they had fed upon. The psychers on the crown exploded one by one, their skulls bursting into blue fire as their souls were dragged through the engine's core. Salamanders were torn apart. A Terminator near the lower gantry was seized by 4 demon limbs and folded backward until his spine burst through his chest plate in a spray of blood and ceramite fragments. Another warrior fired his stormbolter into a furnace mouth until something inside the machine sucked him in through the intake vent. His armor jammed for a moment, then the gears caught. He came out of another vent as red steam, broken plate flakes, and cooked bone dust. Guardsmen still too close to the ammunition shrines were dragged from their feet by intake winds. Men clawed at the floor. Their fingernails tore free. Some vanished whole into the vents. Others struck rotating teeth and sprayed outward as mist. Ammunition bearers died still holding shells to their chests. Priests screamed litanies as they were pulled apart by air pressure and demon hands. Histan shouted something over the vox. Vulkan did not hear the words. The core was open. He stepped into the primary furnace. The heat welcomed him like hatred. It stripped paint from his armor. It blackened exposed flesh. It turned the blood in his wounds to steam. Around him, the furnace walls were lined with faces, some metal, some flesh, all screaming Kharzail's final sermon. "Kneel and save them," the Dark Apostle roared through the crucible. "Stand and kill them. There is no mercy in you that does not become murder." Vulkan lifted his hammer. "You mistake guilt for weakness." He struck the reactor core. The first blow cracked the containment shell. Energy lashed through him, not around him, through him. His bones lit from within. His heart's convulsed. Warning runes died across his helm display. The core tried to reject him, tried to burn him away, but he anchored himself against the furnace floor and struck again. The second blow turned the chamber white. The third broke the machine's prayer. The fourth made the heart forge scream. Vulkan became the conductor. Reactor fury, warp pressure, molten industry, and dying machine spirit all passed through him, through the hammer, through the broken core. He shaped it as he would shape metal, not gently, not safely, but with absolute intent. The crucible's furnace mouths wailed as their own power turned inward. Demons trying to claw into reality ignited from the inside. Kharzail's voice became 1,000 voices, then 100, then 1. "Monster," it said. Vulkan struck the core again. "Yes." The heart forge became a sun. The blast swallowed everything. The Droga crucible vanished in white fire, taking its cathedral body, its chained psychers, its furnace mouths, its slave decks, its demon births, its iron warriors dead, its dark mechanicum priests, its ritual engines, its host of screaming mouths, and Kharzail's manifested spirit into annihilation. The shock wave ripped through the cavern, through gantries, shrines, ammunition stacks, slave pens, command platforms, and forge arteries. Everything living for kilometers died in the first instant. Everything not living was broken, melted, vaporized, or hurled into the collapsing bones of the world. Then there was silence. Not peace, only the absence that follows a scream too large for the universe to remember. Syndergate's central continent was gone. Where the Heart Forge had been, there was a glass crater wide enough to swallow hive cities, its edges still running molten, its depths glowing with buried fire. Ash fell into it and became sparks. The sky above had opened, revealing void war dying in fragments and toxic clouds lit from below by the crater's red heart. Across the far ridges, survivors moved like insects through smoke. Histan found Vulkan at the crater's edge. The Forge Father limped through cooling glass and black ash, spear used as a staff. His armor was scorched almost beyond color. Blood ran down one leg. His helm was gone, and his face was grey with soot, grief and disbelief. Vulkan stood with his hammer lowered, alive, blackened, terrible. Behind him, where millions had died, the warp wound had not opened. Ahead, where trillions still lived without knowing his name, the route to Imperial space remained sealed. Histan stopped several paces away. For a long moment, neither spoke. At last, Vulkan looked over the crater that had been a cathedral, a forge, a prison, and a mouth to hell. "Now," he said, "the system can be saved." The command court had been made for triumph, and that made its ruin obscene. Lord General Kael Dravorn stood beneath a cracked aquila, the size of a dropship, and tried not to look at the bodies still fused into the floor. The court had once been the ceremonial heart of Syndicate's principal forge continent, a place where governors, forge overseers, munitorum auditors, and priestly delegates had gathered to pretend that mankind's industry was a sacred covenant rather than a furnace that ate men and called the smoke production. Now, half the chamber had melted. The ceiling was split open to the poisoned sky. Ash fell through the wound in slow grey curtains, settling on broken marble, scorched cogitator banks, shattered statues and piles of slag devotional brass. One wall had sagged inward under heat so intense that the faces of carved saints had run downward in frozen streams, their metal mouths stretched into silent screams. The aquila above the command dais remained upright, but one wing was cracked through, and the other was blackened by soot. Beneath it, the Imperial commanders gathered among the wreckage of victory. Victory. Dravorn had read the word on the official transmission twice before he understood that it meant nothing clean. Syndicate had been taken. The Draga crucible was ash. The warp breach had failed. The Iron Warrior's siege rings were broken. The Word-bearer's ritual host had been annihilated. The slave forge network was being dismembered one furnace at a time by Skitarii kill cohorts, salamanders, purge teams, and guard breacher companies too numb to fear anything left in the dark. Billions were dead. 3 moons had been sterilized from orbit after Auspex confirmed demon engine seed nests beneath their crusts. 2 hive continents had been abandoned to fire because evacuation corridors collapsed under traitor counterattack and scrap code contagion. Several forge complexes had been reduced to slag by orbital magma strikes. Entire guard army groups had ceased to exist in the Heart Forge blast, the siege belt, the molten trenches, the artillery corridors, the slave zone withdrawals, the last counter-assaults. Dravorn's own command had survived. He did not yet know whether that was mercy, luck, or accusation. Around him stood the remaining high officers of the campaign, generals in scorched greatcoats, admirals with void-pale faces and hollow eyes, commissars still wearing execution pistols on their hips, as if they had not already emptied them into cowards, traitors, and men too wounded to move. Mechanicus representatives hovered on suspensor rigs or stood upon clawed augmetic legs, their robes burned and patched with heat foil. Munitorum officials clutched data slates to their chests like shields. Ecclesiarchal delegates whispered prayers beneath breath filters. Planetary authorities from recovered districts waited in ash-stained finery, smelling of perfume, fear, and smoke. No one looked relieved. Vulkan entered without herald. The chamber had held titans on its walls in carved relief. It had shown saints bearing anvils, forge worlds presented to the Emperor, workers raising hammers, beneath banners of compliance. None of that prepared the court for a Primarch crossing its threshold. He was blackened from the Heart Forge, his armor scorched to the color of volcanic stone, its green darkened beneath soot, blood, and old fire. Cracks crossed his plate, where Lascannon's plasma and demon steel had marked him. Some wounds beneath the armor had not fully sealed. Dravorn could smell burned transhuman blood when Vulkan passed near the command table. The salamanders came behind him. Tushan walked to the right, massive, controlled, his drake hide mantle scarred by ash. Vulkan Hastan followed on the left, spear in hand, face hidden by his helm. Adrax Agatoni came with them, thunderhammer held low, armor still painted in the dried black red of close battle. Fire drakes took positions at the doors. None aimed weapons. They did not need to. Dravorn expected a declaration, perhaps a tally of victory, perhaps orders for pursuit, perhaps praise for the men who had stood in fire until their shadows burned onto the ground. Instead, Vulkan placed a cracked data core on the command table. It struck the surface like a hammer. "Begin," he said. A Munitorum official swallowed. "My lord, begin what?" "Judgment." The word did not echo. It did not need to. Servitors moved forward with files, slates, recovered Vox records, evacuation logs, command transcripts, astropathic fragments, shipping manifests, private authorizations, ration diversions, shelter denials, munitions requisitions, and battlefield-picked captures. The evidence of the campaign rose in layers of light above the table. Vulkan looked across the gathered commanders. "I will know who held, who lied, who wasted soldiers, who abandoned civilians, who profited while worlds burned. Speak truth, and you may live with shame. Speak lies, and die beneath proof." No one breathed loudly. Dravorn felt something colder than fear enter the court. This was not the terror of enemy guns, not the animal dread of orc charge, or the sickening wrongness of demonic pressure. This was judgment turned inward, and every man present understood at once that armor, rank, title, seal, and prayer were not walls thick enough to hide behind. The first to be called was Planetary Governor Halbrecht Voss of the inner refinery districts, a man whose face had been rebuilt with youthful vat flesh, while the rest of Syndicate starved under industry. He stepped forward in a gold-edged survival mantle, soot carefully brushed from its collar. His attendants had died somewhere between the gate and the court. Dravorn suspected Voss missed the appearance of being served more than the men themselves. "My lord Vulkan," Voss said, bowing low, "I rejoice that imperial authority endures. My districts gave all they possessed. I remained loyal under siege, under heresy, under the guns of the traitor." The data core opened. Voss's voice played from an old command channel, thin and annoyed. "Evacuation craft are not to be wasted on labor grades below sanctified utility. Noble registries first, relic vaults second, private reserves third. The worker masses will clog the embarkation decks if allowed access, seal their transit lifts." Voss went pale. More records unfolded, shuttle manifests, names of noble houses, cargo lists heavy with personal wealth, artifice engines, heirloom weapons, wine casks, devotional statues, gene pets, sealed pleasure chambers, private armory stockpiles. Beside them, refugee districts marked closed. Fire spread, data ignored. Labor shelters left to choke when air systems were diverted to the governor's evacuation cradle. Voss raised trembling hands. "My lord, those recordings lack context. I preserved command continuity. Without governance, the districts would have fallen into riot. Difficult choices were demanded." Vulkan looked at him for a long moment. "No," he said. "You chose comfort over duty and called it continuity. My lord, I served the Imperium. You served yourself in Imperial colors." Voss fell to his knees, not in worship, in calculation failing. "There must be trial, proper review, administratum confirmation. I am a governor by writ and bloodline. Proof is trial enough." Vulkan turned to Adrax. "Strip him." Adrax moved with brutal efficiency. He tore the mantle from Voss's shoulders, ripping fabric, seals, and golden fastenings apart. A salamander's serf took the signet chain from the governor's neck. Another removed the rings from his fingers. Voss began to sob when the symbols came away. Not before. Vulkan spoke to the chamber. "Halbrecht Voss is traitor by deed. Let his name be recorded beside the districts he abandoned." Voss screamed then. "I am loyal. I am loyal. By the throne, I am loyal. Adrax drew his heavy bolt pistol and placed the muzzle against the governor's forehead. The shot was deafening in the ruined court. Voss's skull burst across the command dais in a red and white fan. Bone chips struck the cracked aquila. His body collapsed forward, still twitching, blood spreading into the ash at Vulkan's feet. No one moved. The next called was Magos Dominex Thral, overseer of the Black Crucible labor arteries. His body was almost entirely machine, suspended on a cradle of insect legs, his face a silver mask with a mouth grill that pulsed green when he spoke. He approached without visible fear. Production sacrifice ratios were within tolerable range, the Magos said before Vulkan asked a question. Forge output preservation exceeded civilian casualty liability by measurable strategic value. Labor loss, though regrettable in devotional phrasing, remained acceptable compared to plasma core stability and munitions continuity. Vulkan's eyes narrowed. How many were deliberately left in the furnace zones? The Magos clicked. Internal cogitators processed the inquiry. Clarification requested. By category, by labor grade, by age, by useful skill index, by survival probability, or by gross biomass? Dravorn saw several guard officers look away. Vulkan did not. Names. The Magos paused. Insufficient relevance. Numerical accounting is available. Individual designation retention was discontinued after primary collars failed. Estimated abandoned labor assets totaled 9,600,000, with variants due to heat bloom and inefficient human panic. Vulkan placed one hand on the table. The metal beneath his fingers began to glow. You left them. Their retrieval would have compromised forge output. You left men in the fire to protect machines already feeding a demon engine. The calculation at the time did not confirm demon engine integration. You did not look. The Magos' optics brightened. Accusation imprecise. My attention was assigned according to optimal productive necessity. Vulkan moved. His hand closed around the Magos' metal skull and smashed it downward into the strategy table. The first impact cracked the silver mask. The second broke the table surface. The third burst the head casing open, spilling green fluid, sparks, memory crystal fragments, and a wet knot of remaining organic brain matter across the glowing metal. The Magos' limbs spasmed, claws scraping furrows into the floor. Vulkan held him there until the machine body stopped twitching. He released the ruin. Seize his data vaults, Vulkan said. If his forge kin knew, they burn with him. If they did not, they inherit his shame. A Mechanicus delegation behind Dravorn began emitting frantic Binharic protests. They died in their throats when Tushan turned his helm toward them. Dravorn understood then why the chamber had gone so quiet. Vulkan's cruelty had crossed the expected boundary. Every man there had come prepared to see traitors condemned, cowards named, perhaps a few obvious failures punished. That was familiar. The Imperium understood punishment when it was aimed downward or outward. This was different. Vulkan was not only burning chaos, he was burning Imperial excuses. A governor could no longer hide behind writ. A Magos could no longer hide behind calculation. A general could no longer hide behind attrition tables. A priest could no longer hide behind prayer. Not here. Not under those red eyes. Dravorn felt the full weight of it settle across the court, like ash. This was why the Primarch terrified them. Not because he killed, because he judged reasons. A recess was called only because the next evidence bundles were still being decrypted from melted vaults. No one left. Leaving would look like guilt. Dravorn found himself near a broken colonnade, where Tushan and Haystan spoke in low voices, believing perhaps that mortal ears would not hear over the noise of servitors and data engines. Dravorn heard enough. He is still Vulkan, Tushan said. Haystan stood facing the cracked wall, spear resting against his shoulder. His helm was off now. His skin was grey with fatigue, his eyes red from smoke, grief, and sleepless war. I know who he is. Then remember what that means. Protector, craftsman, father. He has returned to a house full of knives and found his sons bleeding. He stands jaw tightened. Fathers can become executioners when the house is full of monsters. Tushan said nothing for a moment. Then, quieter, would you have him do less? Stan looked toward the place where Voss's body had been dragged away, leaving a dark smear across the floor. No, he said, that is what I fear. The recess ended when the astropathic relay screamed. A message arrived under Gilliman's seal, carried through fleet channels, noospheric locks, and a dying astropath whose body collapsed before the final authentication rune finished forming. The words appeared above the command table in cold blue light. Vulkan read them without expression. Dravorn did not see the full message, only fragments magnified through the court projection. Summary judgment, destabilizing fragile command structures, maintain compliance framework, avoid unnecessary political ignition, civilian treatment restrictions remain active, report justification for punitive actions. Vulkan listened to the attached advisory in silence. Gilliman's voice, rendered through a Vox engine, sounded tired even when formal. It spoke of order, precedent, governorship continuity, forged sovereignty, military chain resilience, and the danger of fear turning loyal administrators into obstructionists. When it ended, Vulkan gestured to the evidence cause. Transmit all records. A serf bowed. All, my lord. All. The shelter logs, the diversion manifests, the abandoned labor counts, the false casualty returns, the officers who held, the officers who lied, the priests who opened their sanctuaries, the priests who locked them. Send it. The reply to Gilliman was brief. Vulkan spoke it himself. Then build stronger structures. The message was sealed. No one commented. Another relay rune glowed soon after, darker, older in its encryption, carried through channels that smelled of forest shadow and cold steel, even in their machine rendering. The lion sent no warning, only coordinates, traitor fleets fleeing toward Imperium Nihilus, Iron Warriors' remnants, word-bearers' pilgrim ships, dark Mechanicum cargo hulks, warp routes wounded but usable, engagement opportunities listed without commentary. At the end, one phrase. Good hunting. For the first time since entering the court, Vulkan inclined his head. Accepted. The judgments continued for hours. Some men died. Not all. That frightened Dravorn more than indiscriminate slaughter would have. Vulkan listened. Vulkan compared records. Vulkan asked questions that cut through decorations and titles to the bone of deed. A general who had lost 3 regiments holding an evacuation bridge was spared because the bridge had carried civilians until the final minute. A colonel who had falsified ammunition reserves to avoid redeployment was shot. A priest who had turned his basilica into a triage shelter was honored. Another who had sealed pilgrims outside to preserve relics was branded coward and taken away by commissars. Then Dravorn's name was called. He stepped forward beneath the cracked aquila, with his mouth dry and his back straight. The records rose around him. Armageddon casualty orders, Cindergate landing sacrifices, retreat denials, death strike authorizations, infantry formations held under impossible fire, withdrawal failures, civilian corridor delays, reports marked uncertain where other commanders would have written victorious, admissions of ammunition shortfalls, requests denied by his own hand because fuel, time, and guns had not existed to answer them. Vulkan studied him. Dravorn did not speak. That seemed safest, or most honest. By then, he no longer knew the difference. You held the line on Armageddon, Vulkan said. Yes, my lord. You spent men by the million. Yes, my lord. You abandoned 2 forward medical zones during the Anvil offensive. Dravorn swallowed. Yes, my lord. The orcs had breached the rear trenches. I could not extract them without collapsing the gun line. You marked the loss in your own report. Yes. You requested censure. Yes. Why? Dravorn looked at the dead Aquila above them, then back to Vulkan. Because they were mine. Because I ordered the guns to keep firing while they died. Because if someone else found the omission later, my shame would be smaller than my crime. The silence after that answer lasted too long. Vulkan stepped closer. Dravorn forced himself not to step back. Honesty in catastrophe is rarer than courage, the Primarch said. The words should have felt like absolution. They horrified him, because Dravorn understood the standard now. Vulkan had not praised him because he was clean. He had praised him because he had not hidden the blood. In this new doctrine, that was not virtue. It was the minimum demanded before a man was allowed to continue bearing command. You will assume authority over surviving guard formations assigned to the Pyre advance, Vulkan said. Dravorn felt the room tilt. My lord, you are promoted. Rebuild the line. Count the dead correctly. Lie to me once, and I will know. Dravorn bowed, as commanded. The final declaration came when the court was thick with ash, blood stink, machine smoke and fear. Vulkan stood beneath the cracked Aquila, with the evidence of mankind's sins still glowing around him. By authority of my blood, by sanction of necessity, and by the dead who have paid for cowardice not their own, I establish the Nocturnian Pyre mandate. The words entered every recorder, every helm feed, every command vox, every frightened memory in the chamber. Worlds under my protection will be defended with every shell, every blade, every ship, every drop of blood that can be brought to bear. Loyal populations will be shielded where shielding remains possible. Soldiers who stand will be remembered. Commanders who tell the truth will be used until they break and honored when they fall. His eyes moved across them. But corruption will not be negotiated with. Treason will not be excused by title. Xenos contamination will not be studied while it spreads. Demonic compromise will not be debated in council while gates open beneath our feet. Such things will be answered with fire. No one spoke. Vulkan turned from the court. Not debate. Vulkan returned to Nocturne, with ash still in his wounds. The fleet translated above the homeworld beneath a sky already bruised by volcanic smoke, and the system guns tracked them by ancient habit before recognition codes passed through Prometheus Command. Nocturne turned below, black, red, and wounded, its mountain ranges crawling with fire veins, its oceans of ash and sulfur hidden beneath storm veils, its settlements lit like embers across a world that had never promised gentleness to anything born upon it. He did not return to rest. Rest was for men who could lay burdens down without hearing them scream. He descended alone into the forge chambers beneath Mount Deathfire while the fleet rearmed in orbit and the clans gathered in the ashfall above. The forge awaited him as if it had never cooled since his absence. Chains hung from the ceiling in black ranks. Furnace mouths breathed in slow animal pulses. Molten rivers ran beneath grills of adamantium and drakebone. The anvil stood where it had always stood, scarred by blows from a past so distant that even the stones had forgotten the first song hammered into them. Vulkan set 3 pieces of metal upon the anvil. The first came from Cindergate, a blackened plate torn from the skin of the Ur-Draga crucible before the heart forge became a sun. It still muttered sometimes, not words, residue, a memory of screaming mouths and engine hunger. The second came from Armageddon, a warped fragment of Lehman Russ frontal armor recovered from the ash before the battlefield was churned under by tanks and corpses. It carried lass scoring, orc blade gouges, and the faint impression of a human hand burned into its inner surface. The third came from the destroyed war cathedral of Kaziel Vorn, a sliver of demon iron cut from the altar deck, hammered cold by tech marines until it ceased whispering blasphemies through its rivets. Vulkan looked at the pieces for a long time. Then he began to forge. The first strike shook the chamber. The second woke the fire channels. The third sent sparks leaping upward like souls fleeing judgment. He worked without helm, without guard, without chant. His hammer rose and fell. Metal screamed beneath him. The demon iron resisted longest, bending against the blows, spitting sparks the color of infected blood. Vulkan struck until the thing remembered that all metal had an end. He folded Cindergate into Armageddon, Armageddon into the War Cathedral, the profane into the loyal into the remembered dead, each layer beaten flat, heated white, quenched in oil and sanctified ash, then returned to the anvil for another blow. He made no sword. There were enough swords in the galaxy. He made a standard casing, broad and heavy, a reliquary frame for the campaign seal of the Pyre Crusade. It would hang from the flagship's strategium, not as decoration, not as promise, but as indictment. Into its surface he hammered a drake curled around a burning world, not devouring it, shielding it from the dark beyond. Around the drake he cut empty spaces for names. They would be filled quickly. That was the nature of honest war. The Imperium had already begun to change. The reports came even here, beneath stone and fire. Salamander's companies gathered in strength not seen since old legend, returning from distant watches, crusade fronts and fortress oaths. Their successors answered with warships, cadres, armor, relic blades, apothecaries, chaplains, fire drakes and silence. They did not come singing. They came loaded. They came with promethium stocks, melter charges, siege shields, flame mantles, relic hammers, and veterans whose armor bore the scars of worlds that had never known Nocturne's sky. Some had not seen the parent chapter in centuries. They came anyway. Forge World sent requests wrapped in caution and fear. Some asked for protection from traitor fleets. Some offered weapons for sanction. Some begged to be spared investigation, while pretending the plea was an invitation to cooperation. Vulkan read each with the patience of a smith inspecting flawed ore. Those who asked honestly were marked. Those who lied were also marked. Guard regiments repeated his words before firing lines and execution posts. "Do not kneel to me. Load your guns." It had moved faster than any order Gilliman could have written. Men painted it on ammunition crates. Tank crews etched it beside kill marks. Penal legionnaires shouted it through broken teeth before being driven across minefields. Priests tried to turn it into prayer, but the soldiers knew better. It was not a prayer. It was permission to stop begging the sky and start killing what came over the wire. Governors feared inspection. Good. Fear could keep a man honest when honor failed. Chaos warbands began avoiding refugee convoys near the routes under the Nocturnian Pyre mandate. That was the first sign that the enemy understood. Karzael had thought civilians were chains. Vulkan made them teeth. Convoys under his protection no longer moved as helpless masses through the void. They moved with false weakness, with silent gunships in their shadow, with Salamander's strike craft running dark, with guard transports broadcasting distress, while lance batteries waited cold behind wreckage fields. More than one raider host had descended upon screaming refugee ships and found not meat, not slaves, not sacrifice, but flame. The Pyre Crusade was not Gilliman's war. It did not advance by bureaucracy first, though it used bureaucracy when useful. It did not hide as the lion's hunts hid, though it welcomed coordinates from the dark. It was simpler than both, and more terrible for that simplicity. Identify the predator, shield the human core, burn the infection, leave nothing useful for the enemy. Men called it brutal, because they had forgotten what mercy cost when applied too late. Vulkan finished the casing near the hour when Nocturne's ash storms dimmed from black to red. The last blow settled into the chamber walls and faded. He lifted the thing from the anvil with both hands. It was heavy. It should be. Light symbols made light promises. He carried it not to the strategium, but deeper. The memorial vault lay below the forge chambers, past doors that opened only to his touch, and the blood ciphers of the chapter. No banners hung there. No priests preached. No triumphal carvings softened what the chamber held. The vault was made of black stone and firelit alcoves, each alcove prepared for names, ashes, recovered fragments, data crystals, blood seals, broken weapons, melted identification tags, scraps of uniform, fragments of bone. The dead filled it already. Not all who had died under his command. That would require worlds. This chamber was for those killed by his orders while still loyal. The sealed domes of Nocturne, the men and clans burned to halt the cult contagion. The prisoners in the Cathedral of Meat, loyal voices lost among infected bodies and demonic machinery. The slave decks of Cindergate, consumed when the Heart Forge became a sun. The guard regiment spent as an anvil beneath Iron Warrior's guns. The forward medical zones abandoned under Orc breakthrough. The laborers he had not stopped to save because stopping would have opened a road for hell. Each event had a place. Each place had numbers where names remained unknown and names where they could be recovered. Vulkan stood before them until memory sharpened enough to hurt. He did not allow himself forgiveness. Forgiveness was for the dead to grant, and the dead were silent. He placed the new standard casing beneath an empty alcove. Footsteps came behind him, measured, armored, familiar. Vulkan. Hastan entered the vault and stopped several paces away. The Forge Father did not kneel. He had learned. For a long time neither spoke. The fires guttered in the wall braziers. Somewhere far above, the mountain groaned as magma shifted in its sleep. At last Hastan said, "Do you regret it?" Vulkan did not turn. Yes. The answer seemed to strike Hastan harder than denial would have. Which part? All of it. Hastan stepped closer. Would you give different orders? No. The Forge Father's silence carried grief of its own. Vulkan looked over the alcoves. Regret is not refusal. I regret every loyal death. I regret every man who saw my flame and thought rescue had come before the fire took him. I regret every soldier ordered to hold while his bones were turned into mud beneath shells. I regret the ones I could name and the ones whose names burned before we found them. He turned then, and Hastan saw him fully in the vault light. I would give the same orders again. Hastan's mouth tightened. That is a hard mercy. It is not mercy. Mercy is what we buy with it. The Forge Father looked toward the alcoves of the Cathedral of Meat. Then we must remember them correctly. Yes, Vulkan said. That is the only clean thing left to us. The messages arrived before departure. Guilliman's came first, sealed in layers of authority, burdened with law, because that was his nature and perhaps his penance. Vulkan would not be named regent. He would not be war master. He would not be proclaimed an imperial saint. The ecclesiarchy was formally prohibited from declaring cultic status around his person, though Vulkan knew the prohibition would fail in 1,000 lesser ways before the ink dried on terror. Officially, he was granted autonomous crusade authority under emergency sanction, bound by reporting duties, civilian extraction requirements, exterminatus restrictions, and compliance review. Unofficially, Guilliman knew he could not cage him without damaging the Imperium. The message ended with no affection, but with honesty. The Imperium cannot survive another ungoverned myth. Do not make yourself one. Vulkan read it twice. Then he dictated his answer. I will send records. I will not send comfort. The lion's message came later. It was shorter. No warning, no counsel, no parchment wall of conditions. Only coordinates. Beyond the rift, something gathered in the deep dark, where astropathic cries went unanswered. The names were fragmentary and blood-marked. Demon Primarch movements, uncertain but not impossible. Black Legion supply routes, hidden behind corpse worlds and false pilgrim fleets. Iron Warriors' vengeance flotillas withdrawing into the teeth of the storm. Word-bearers' pilgrimage armadas dragging altar ships through shadowed routes. Dark Mechanicum carriers bearing engine seed. Traitor muster points too large to be coincidence, too disciplined to be panic. At the end, the lion had added 2 words: good hunting. Vulkan studied the coordinates as a smith studied cracks in metal. Some flaws could be repaired. Some had to be cut out before the blade shattered in the hand. Above Mount Deathfire, Nocturne's people gathered beneath Ashfall. They came from the surviving settlement domes, the Fire Clans, the Manufactorum holds, the Drake Ranges, the Ash Caravans, and the shelters that had lived because other shelters had burned. Men stood in respirator masks and heat cloaks, faces blackened by volcanic dust. Children too young to understand war stared upward at the warships burning bright in orbit. Old clan fathers leaned on furnace staves. Laborers with scarred hands held tools like weapons. Planetary defense troopers stood in patched armor, their laser guns cleaned, their eyes hollow from what the invasion had taken. Vulkan stood upon the black stone of the departure platform. He looked across them and gave them no comforting lie. "The galaxy is worse than you know," he said. The ash fell between his words. "There are worlds I will not reach. There are men I cannot save. There are wars that will end before our ships arrive, and others that will demand everything we bring and still ask for more. The enemy does not tire. The alien does not pity. The traitor does not remember what he was, except as a weapon against those who still endure." No one cheered. Good. Cheers belonged to men who had not listened. "I cannot promise dawn to every world beneath my protection. I cannot promise that fire will spare the innocent when the corrupt hide among them. I cannot promise that duty will leave your sons whole, your ships returning, your names remembered beyond these stones." He raised one blackened hand. "I promise only this. Where mankind can be shielded, we will stand before it. Where the predator comes, we will hunt it. Where corruption takes root, we will burn deep enough that nothing grows from the ash." A silence followed. Then, from somewhere among the planetary defense ranks, a single voice shouted through a rebreather. "Load your guns!" Another answered, then another. Not prayer, not worship. Command repeated until it became oath. Vulkan turned from them before it could become adoration. He would not feed that hunger. The flagship waited in orbit, a vast vessel of green armor, black iron, drake prows, and furnace hearts. Around it gathered the Crusade fleet, battle barges with launch bays open, strike cruisers bearing scorch marks from Nocturne and Cindergate, guard transports heavy with regiments rebuilt from survivors and condemned men alike, Mechanicus arc ships dragging Manufactorum modules and weapon shrines, Prometheum carriers guarded like relic vaults, Navy warships with gun decks full and chapels crowded, escort squadrons running silent checks before translation. Vulkan entered the embarkation spine alone and crossed to the flagship's outer hull before going within. He placed his bare hand upon the armor. For a moment, nothing moved. Then the ship answered. Deep below the hull, furnace reactors stirred like living beasts waking in chains. Plasma hearts brightened, machine spirits growled through conduits, drive systems rolled their heat through the bones of the vessel. Across the fleet, one by one, engines ignited, not as scattered lights, as a constellation choosing war. Men went willingly into hell because he had shown them hell could burn. That was power. That was danger. He entered the strategium as the fleet reached the translation point. The new campaign standard hung above the central hololith, its casing dark, heavy, and unfinished. Empty spaces waited for names. They would not wait long. Tushan stood with the captains. Histan stood near the relic display. Adrax Agatone waited beside the assault projections, armor repaired but still marked by war. Lord General Dravorn's command icon glowed among the guard deployments. Mechanicus Nuspheric runes pulsed. Lion's coordinates burned beyond the mapped routes. Guilliman's restrictions sat in a sealed archive beside Vulkan's casualty records. The stars ahead darkened. Warp translation warnings chimed through the deck. Vulkan seated himself in the Strategium throne, not as king, not as saint, but as commander. His red eyes fixed on the dark beyond the stars, where traitor fleets fled, where demon engines bred, where men waited in burning worlds without knowing whether rescue or judgment would find them first. The fleet held at the edge of the Immaterium. Vulkan spoke, and every bridge, gun deck, troop hold, shrine bay, engine room and transport hold heard him. The Imperium has prayed long enough. Now it will burn its way forward.